Smallest zone, no, you'll be amazed na yung mga zone officers natin are, are really going around. Pati na yung mga, dahil na rin sa tulong of your office, kahit na walang role sa community, o kahit na hindi barangay official, hindi zone officer, kahit ordinary citizens ngayon talagang sila na mismo yung naninita. No? Oh, wala kang face shield, wala kang face mask. You should not go out. Parang ganon. So sabi ko, talagang, well, at least for our town, no, lahat talaga ng mga pinapalabas ng PCO, ng PTV4, and then ng mga national agencies, like DILG and all that, talagang nasusunod naman. So I'm very happy and I'm very thankful to the people of Manolo Fortich for that.
Congratulations po sa inyo, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Nakita ko po with my own two eyes kung gaano po ka-stricto at sinusunod po talaga ng mga kababayan niyo dito. And yun naman talaga, Mayor, di ba? Kung walang kooperasyon, mahirap talaga. Pero that really shows your political will dito po sa Manolo Fortich. Now, pag-usapan po natin itong napakahalagang aktibidad, or hindi aktibidad, but event. Ito pong 106th founding anniversary ng Bukidnon. Yes. I'm sure malungkot lahat dahil, you just stay in your own homes.
Exactly.
Hindi kayo makapagkumpol-kumpol. So, paano po ang selebrasyon itong 106th founding anniversary ng Bukidnon ngayon? Para po sa kabatiran na rin ng ating mga kababayan na nanonood ngayon.
Like you said, no, I just saw a post from the province, no. It's a very simple celebration. I just saw the governor and the vice governor, and a very limited invited guests. Like I said, no, I always remind my constituents here in Manolo Fortich that, we should not let fear control our lives. No, we have to control our fear, while at the same time, following this new normal. So, sabi ko, in line with that, sabi ko, let us continue with our projects. No? Kailangan na meron tayong mga projects. So, like, say, for example, our projects will have to be guided by the Manolo Fortich COVID Rehabilitation and Recovery Plan. No? So, with that, we are strengthening our health programs, especially our livelihood programs. Kasi ang daming mga LSIs, ang daming mga ROFs na umuwi nga talagang nahihirapan talaga kasi nawala na silang mga trabaho. Pero in our own little way, well, we're just a municipality, so very limited yung resources namin, pinapahalagahan namin sila. So binigyan namin ng 1 sack of rice, na tsaka with a card saying na thank you for your sacrifices, for making Manolo Fortich what it is. So, na-appreciate naman nila. Then again, these are, kumbaga, band-aid solutions. Kailangan talaga natin ng mas sustainable na mga programs, mga livelihood programs. So, that's why, again, being an agricultural municipality, I'm working closely with the Department of Agriculture on ways to make farming more efficient. And also for encouraging other national agencies to maybe help fund these efforts. So in this trying times, while we are celebrating the 106th founding anniversary of Bukidnon, we continue to encourage everyone to like I said, life must go on. No, we should continue to make alternative solutions, alternative income para sa sarili.
Kayo na lang po, kausap ko si Undersecretary Gani Makatoma ng Department of Industry at meron po silang mga ayuda na pwedeng ibigay sa ating mga micro, small and medium enterprises. At ganoon din po ang aming pakikipag-coordinate with Secretary Willie Dar ng Department of Agriculture. Bilang Cabinet Officer for Regional Development and Security ng Region 10, wag po kayong mag-atubili, Mayor, na mag-text po sa akin. Baka meron po akong maitulong sa ating mga maliliit na mga magsasaka o mga negosyante dito. Baka meron po tayo may bridge sa mga programa. I will do everything para makatulong po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Martin, for that assurance.
Lastly, Mayor, ano po ang inyong mensahe sa inyong mga kababayan?
To the responsible and happy people of Manolo Fortich, no? We are very thankful na we have been given this opportunity to air our concerns, no, na mapabot no less than the good Secretary Martin Andanar gave us this opportunity. So for that, I'm very thankful again, Secretary. To the people of Manolo Fortich, no, let us just continue with this, cooperating. Let us continue to work. Let us continue to cooperate. Let us be united under this new normal, and rest assured that the local government unit of Manolo Fortich is looking for ways, no, with the help of our beloved President, na mapaangat natin ang ating sitwasyon amidst this pandemic. So, continue to unite and mabuhay ang lungsod sa Manolo Fortich. Salamat.
Maraming salamat. Daghang salamat kini mo, Mayor Clive Piña.
Maraming salamat. Daghang salamat, Sec Martin.
Magbabalik po ang ating programang Network Briefing News. Please stay where you are.
Binisita ng National Task Force Against COVID-19 Coordinated Operations to Defeat Epidemic o CODE Team ang siyudad ng Valenzuela sa pangunguna ni Secretary Carlito Galvez at Secretary Vince Dizon. Ipinagmalaki naman ni Mayor Rex Gatchalian ang Valenzuela Hope Molecular Laboratory at Mega Contact Tracing Center ng lungsod. Ang kabubukas lang ng Mega Contact Tracing Center ay magiging bukas 24 oras araw-araw at makapagsasagawa ng contactless tracing strategy para sa kanilang mamamayan.
Sa call center, because it's running Valenzuela contact tracing app. But this time, we're going to empower everybody to be using QR codes para hindi na sulat na sulat. Talagang accurate to the minute detail saan ka nagpunta.
Ang bagong gawang molecular laboratory naman ay may kapasidad na sumuri ng 270 specimens kada araw na inaasahang magiging fully operational ngayong Setyembre.
Initially, it will run with around 270 to 300 samples. Pero dahil fully automated siya, we have 2 bi-rod PCR machines that as we made an investment sa automated extraction machine, we will be able to run close to 700. Pag full run na siya. So from 300 plus, madodouble siya to 700. So malaking bagay yun kasi that should be enough for Valenzuela. And then makakatulong pa kami sa mga neighboring cities namin sa South Bulacan at saka sa Northern Metro Manila.
Sa pangkalahatan ay naging positibo ang assessment ng NTF against COVID-19 sa lungsod na binansagan pa bilang modelo pagdating sa COVID-19 practices and initiatives.
I think the testing is really incomparable. No, I think they've shown the way for other LGUs to follow. Just by looking at the investments they've made sa testing at sa tracing, makikita talaga natin na ganito dapat ang way forward.
Bukod dito ay nag-turnover din ang pamahalaan ng reusable face mask na nakalaang ipagkaloob sa mga mamamayan ng Valenzuela City.
Sa layuning matulungan ng bawat Pilipinong gustong bumalik sa kani-kanilang probinsya para makapagsimula at doon mamuhay ng maayos, inaprubahan ng Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang EO 114, Balik Probinsya, Bagong Pag-asa Program or BP2 na agad namang tinangkilik ng ating mga kababayan.
Na-issue rin po ng ating Presidente Executive Order number 114. Ito po ay yung sa Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa Program.
Ika-20 ng Mayo, nang maihatid sa Leyte ang first batch ng BP2 beneficiaries na kinabibilangan ng 121 ang Leyteanos. Ang Balik Probinsya Program ay pansamantalang suspendido. Ito'y upang bigyang daan ang hatid tulong na kaloob ng pamahalaan sa iba pang mga kababayang naghihintay makauwi sa kanilang mga tahanan.
I give way to the more important transportation requirements of OFW, turista, as well as estudyante para mauna sila kasi mas malaki yung pangangailangan para sa kanila to be able to go back already to their provinces.
Buo ang loob sa pag-alalay. Sa bawat Pilipino'y patuloy ang paghatid tulong.
Pilipino to, kababayan natin, tanggapin ninyo and provide for sequestration houses if you want. They hati tayo sa problema. Total, hindi naman kami nagkulang. Whatever you need, we provide.
Kaya ang Pangulong Duterte ay umaasang mas magiging matiwasay ang pagpapatupad at pagtanggap sa programang ito.
There's no reason why you should not accept them, especially those who are returning to their homes from doing a work abroad. Kawawa naman kasi.
Isang mensahe mula sa Philippine Broadcasting Service.
Sa gitna ng krisis na kinakaharap ng bansa, makakatiyak ang mga mamamayan na patuloy na pagbubutihin ng ating pamahalaan ang pagtugon sa pandemyang COVID-19 upang mapagtagumpayan ang lahat ng pagsubok na dulot nito.
Our National Action Plan against COVID-19 is also strong at ginagawa namin lahat ng magagawa para sugpuin itong COVID.
Noong Marso ng taong ito, binuo ng Administrasyong Duterte ang Phase 1 ng National Action Plan against COVID-19. Ang NAP ay ang estratehiya ng pamahalaan na National Government-enabled, Local Government Unit-led at People-centered para tugunan ang pandemyang COVID-19 sa pamagitan ng pagsasama-sama at paggamit sa mga resources, manpower at expertise ng ating gobyerno. Ang Phase 1 ng National Action Plan against COVID-19 ay nakatuon sa pag-iwas, pagkontrol at pagpuksa sa virus sa ilalim ng health sector at gayon din sa pag-iwas sa mga negatibong epekto nito sa pamagitan ng paghahatid ng mga pangunahing serbisyo sa mamamayan. Habang unti-unti nating binubuksan ang ekonomiya ng ating bansa, ipinatutupad na rin ng administrasyon ang Phase 2 ng NAP na nakatuon sa health at economic recovery ng bansa. Ang NAP Phase 2 ay batay sa Hammer and Dance Theory. Ang Hammer ay tumutukoy sa estratehiya ng pagkontrol ng pagkalat ng COVID-19 tulad ng mahigpit na pagpapatupad ng community quarantine measures sa mga target na lugar. Ang dance component naman ay nagbibigay daan sa pagbubukas ng ekonomiya at sa pagpapagaan sa epekto ng pandemya sa ekonomiya ng bansa. Ang NAP Phase 2 ay nananatiling nakaangkla sa estratehiya ng gobyerno na tinatawag na PDITR na naglalayo na maiwasan at makontrol ang pagkalat ng virus. Ang ibig sabihin ng PDITR ay Prevent, Detect, Isolate, Treat, and Reintegrate. Ang prevention component ay tumutukoy sa pagpapatupad ng minimum health standards tulad ng paghuhugas ng kamay, physical distancing, pagsusuot ng face mask, personal na kalinisan at community lockdown. Ang second component naman ay estratehiyang detection at kasama dito ang pagpapatupad ng agresibong contact tracing at expanded community testing. Ang ikatlong component ay ang estratehiyang isolation kung saan mayroong probisyon ng isolation facilities para sa mga mild o asymptomatic cases, community protocols para sa mga positive cases at construction support para sa mga government hospitals. Ang ika-apat na component ay ang estratehiyang treatment kung saan kasama ang One Hospital Command na isa sa mga pinakabagong hakbang ng task force upang mapadali ang pag-access ng mga Pilipino sa medical care at treatment. Ang Mega Temporary Treatment and Monitoring Facility at ang public and private referral hospitals. Ang ikalima at huling component ay ang estratehiyang reintegration sa lipunan ng mga gumaling na pasyente. Ang mga pasyenteng gumaling ay dapat pa ring sumunod sa minimum health standards at dapat ay nababatid nila na posibleng sila ay mahawa muli. Kapag siguradong nasusunod ang estratehiyang ito, maaari nang simulan ang implementasyon ng ating transisyon sa new normal. Ang iba't ibang uri ng zoning or targeted lockdown ay barangay lockdown, block lockdown, block and house lockdown, street lockdown, house lockdown, and building lockdown. Ang zoning ay mayroon ding 4 na kategorya. Una ay ang critical zone o ang mga lugar kung saan ang paunang bilang ng mga kaso ay natukoy sa nakaraang 7 araw. Pangalawa ay ang containment zone o ang mga lugar na walang bagong kaso ngunit katabi ng isang lugar na ikinategorya bilang CRZ. Pangatlo naman ang buffer zone o ang mga lugar na walang bagong kaso ngunit katabi ng lugar na isinailalim sa kategoryang CZ. At panghuli, ang area outside buffer zone o ang lahat ng natitirang mga lugar na walang bagong kaso at hindi nakategorya bilang CZ o BZ. Ang zoning containment strategy na ipatutupad ng local task force ay naglalayong mapigilan ang pagkalat ng COVID-19 at mabawasan ang epekto nito sa lokal na ekonomiya sa pamagitan ng contact tracing, testing, isolation at treatment ng mga tinatawag na suspect, probable at confirmed cases. Samantala, sinisiguro ng pamahalaan na mayroong mga hakbang na ipapatupad upang matiyak na makakamit natin ang ating layunin na makabawi ang ekonomiya at mabigyan ng komportableng buhay ang bawat mamamayan sa gitna ng pandemya. Ang gobyerno ay patuloy na nakatuon sa pagpapahusay sa healthcare capacity ng bansa sa pamagitan ng pagtatayo ng karagdagang ICU at isolation beds, testing laboratories, referral hospitals, swabbing centers at quarantine facilities sa buong bansa. Ang mga medical frontliners mula sa gobyerno at pribadong sektor ay binibigyan ng proteksyon at nakakatanggap ng mga benepisyo, gayon din ng suporta na kailangan nila upang pangunahan ang laban natin sa COVID-19. Kukuha rin ng karagdagang 10,000 health workers ang gobyerno upang matulungan ang ating mga doktor at nurse sa pagganap sa kanilang tungkulin. Sa ngayon, wala pang gamot o bakuna laban sa virus, kaya naman mahalaga na makipagtulungan ang lahat upang mapigilan ang pagkalat ng COVID-19. Palaging sundin ang minimum health standards at manatili sa bahay hanggat maaari at iwasan ang non-essential travel. Nilalayo na National Action Plan Against COVID-19 na ito na makasagip ng buhay at matiyak ang ating kalusugan, kaligtasan at kinabukasan habang tayo ay bumabangon sa recession. Dahil kapag sama-sama, we heal as one. Ito po ang programang Network Briefing News. Ako po yung lingkod, Secretary Martin Andanar, at narito po tayo ngayon sa Archdiocese of Cagayan de Oro. Maswerte po tayo dahil kasama po natin ang bagong talagang Archbishop dito po sa Archdiocese of Cagayan de Oro, Archbishop Jose Araneta Cabantan. Magandang umaga po sa inyo, Archbishop.
Magandang umaga po, Secretary Andanar.
Ang tanong po ng marami sa iba't ibang mga lugar, how the church is coping with the new normal, lalong-lalo na yung mga restrictions sa mga mass gatherings. So, how about here in Cagayan de Oro?
Okay, I was just installed here about almost a week ago, but during my installation, we really followed restriction, the protocol, in terms of physical distancing. Like for instance, the capacity of the cathedral of 50% of the capacity is about 400 or more than 400. But then we limit the churchgoers up to 250 only, including the priests, religious, and lay people. So instead of 400, we limit it to 250 to follow the health protocols of physical distancing. And also, of course, if you can see the cathedral, there is a common entrance and common exit, and there's also a place where people can wash their hands before entering the church. So all those protocols we follow. So I said I'm just new here, but in Malaybalay diocese where I come from, we also follow the same restrictions of the new normal. So we should, part of our prophetic role is also to follow the health protocols, health protocols for in response to this pandemic.
Archbishop, ang simbahan po ay ang takbuhan ng mga mahihirap, lalong-lalo na sa mga panahon ng sakuna, panahon ng kalamidad. Sa oras po na ito, na meron tayong pandemya, ay hindi lang po ang mga mahihirap ang apektado, maging ang simbahan, lahat, wala akong excuse dito. Paano po nahanapan ng paraan ng simbahang Katolika na tumulong pa rin sa mga mahihirap sa mga oras na ito?
I can speak first of the Diocese of Malaybalay. By the time it was declared a lockdown in March, we also organized the Care for the Poor program, knowing that some people lost their jobs, although some are it's an agricultural area, but we know that some people would found it difficult to stay at home. So we organized the Care for the Poor program, and there, lay people themselves, although they are locked down in their homes, but their generosity is not locked down. They respond to the call for help, and we were able to distribute food packs to all parishes of the diocese. And aside from that, there are also parishes that make their own initiatives to continue the distribution of food packs. And we distribute it through our basic ecclesial communities. Basic ecclesial communities and neighborhood communities. So it's easy for them to identify which of them are really in need. In fact, in San Fernando, until today, every week, they are distributing food packs, and they have the feeding program for different Lumad communities there. And yesterday, Wednesday, today is Wednesday, they are now in the 21st time for distributing those food packs. When I came here in Cagayan de Oro, another problem that surfaced in this pandemic is the mental health issues. And I just know also that the group a group of counselors, they have also organized to address those issues. Of the people that needs counseling.
Salamat po for sharing those insights, Archbishop. And I like it when you say that so many people have not locked down their minds, their hearts, their spirit, their generosity. That's one good way to remind everybody: do not lock down your generosity or magnanimity. Archbishop, speaking of magnanimity and speaking of caring and loving other people, ano po ang inyong spiritual guidance po naman sa mga nagasik ng gulo, corruption, in the middle of this pandemic, mga terrorism? Ano po ang inyong guidance para sa amin lahat?
Yeah, first of all, when you talk about spirituality, it's really a way of life, guided by God's, our faith in God. So we just, of course, our call for those people who are instilling fear and terrorism in the society is really to turn back to the Lord, no, and have live a righteous life. But also, I have to be frank also that as chair of the BEC committee, CBCP BEC committee, we also we have apprehensions of the anti-terror bill, no? Because from history in the church, there were times that some people will just pick up and, you know, the violations of the martial law years before. So we are so apprehension of this, no? So I have to be frank also with that, no? So, but you know, to address this, I hope that the government can address these basic issues also, poverty and armed conflict. So I came from Bukidnon, and you know, the other night here, with there's a fellow from a government agency, and they mentioned about ELCAC, no, ending local communist activity. But we cannot end that for me personally, we cannot end that local communist activity by just guns and bombs. We were, as I've said, we went to the different Lumad communities there, and some of these Lumad communities are displaced people. They have been there for more than a year, and they are living in makeshift houses. So if we can, you know, pour out what's really the true development for our people, that can, you know, that they can really live as with dignified persons. So when we talk to them about their basic needs is education for the children, food, shelter. So I think that should be addressed, no?
Tama po kayo, Archbishop. I think it is very important, and it is very good that you mentioned yung ELCAC, or ending local communist armed conflict, na hindi bomba, hindi bala, hindi baril, but it has to be a whole of community, whole of nation approach. And I'm glad that you are here, Cagayan de Oro. So perhaps as the Cabinet Officer for Regional Development and Security in Northern Mindanao, I can really get very good insights from you. We can work together. In fact, I have a regional task force meeting after today, and I will definitely raise those issues that you mentioned now. Lastly, Archbishop, bilang bagong talagang Arsobispo, ito po sa Archdiocese of Cagayan de Oro, ano po ang aasahan ng ating mga maninimba o mga miyembro po, mga parokyano dito po sa Cagayan de Oro? Ano po yung inyong tatahaking landas para po sa inyong Archdiocese?
I am following the footsteps of the different archbishops here. I can call them giants of the formation of the archdiocese, beginning with the visionary Archbishop Hayes. The second is Archbishop Cronin, who's very, you know, generous and kind. And the third, Archbishop Tukib, and Archbishop Ledesma, who has a big heart for, very passionate for the environment, for the poor. And with that, as a new Archbishop, and in fact, I'm just, they call me as a return to sender, because I was a priest here for 20 years before I was assigned in Bukidnon. So I hope that I can follow all the what Archbishop Ledesma have started, especially with regards to faith formation, faith in celebration, and faith in action, to social action also. The whole dimension of our Christian life.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong panahon, Archbishop Cabantan. At sana hindi po itong huling pagkakataon na tayo po'y, magkakausap, at tayo magkakaroon ng pagkakataon pa upang magtulungan para ma-resolve yung mga problema natin dito sa Northern Mindanao, particular dito sa Cagayan de Oro din. Mabuhay po kayo, Archbishop.
Salamat sa pagbisita. And welcome back.
Thank you so much, Archbishop. Magbabalik po ang Network Briefing News. Huwag po kayong aalis.
Sinimula na ang COVID-19 pool testing para sa mga manggagawa sa ilalim ng vulnerable sectors sa lungsod ng Makati, kasabay ng Code Team visit sa syudad kahapon, September 2, 2020. Ang libreng pool testing ay para sa mga tricycle drivers, jeepney drivers at market vendors na nabibilang sa most exposed at vulnerable sectors. Sa unang araw ng testing, tinatayang 500 manggagawa mula sa Coma Vena, Tablanza, Guadalupe Market at Poblacion Market ang sumailalim sa RT-PCR testing. 6 na testing booth ang ginagamit sa pool testing na nasa loob ng Makati Coliseum. Nag-ooperate ang testing facility mula alas 8 ng umaga hanggang alas 5 ng hapon. Target ng LGU na makapag-test ng 6,000 residente mula September 2 hanggang September 8, 2020. Samantala, 5,000 PPE sets at 4,000 face shields naman ang ipinamahagi ng Code Team para sa mga medical frontliners ng Makati sa pakikipagtulungan ng Department of Health, Department of Social Welfare and Development, Department of Trade and Industry at Go Negosyo.
Sa gitna ng krisis na kinakaharap ng bansa, makakatiyak ang mga mamamayan na patuloy na pagbubutihin ng ating pamahalaan ang pagtugon sa pandemyang COVID-19 upang mapagtagumpayan ang lahat ng pagsubok na dulot nito.
Our National Action Plan against COVID-19 is also strong at ginagawa namin lahat ng magagawa para sugpuin itong COVID.
Noong Marso ng taong ito, binuo ng Administrasyong Duterte ang Phase 1 ng National Action Plan against COVID-19. Ang NAP ay ang estratehiya ng pamahalaan na National Government-enabled, Local Government Unit-led at People-centered para tugunan ang pandemyang COVID-19 sa pamagitan ng pagsasama-sama at paggamit sa mga resources, manpower at expertise ng ating gobyerno. Ang Phase 1 ng National Action Plan against COVID-19 ay nakatuon sa pag-iwas, pagkontrol at pagpuksa sa virus sa ilalim ng health sector at gayon din sa pag-iwas sa mga negatibong epekto nito sa pamagitan ng paghahatid ng mga pangunahing serbisyo sa mamamayan. Habang unti-unti nating binubuksan ang ekonomiya ng ating bansa, ipinatutupad na rin ng administrasyon ang Phase 2 ng NAP na nakatuon sa health at economic recovery ng bansa. Ang NAP Phase 2 ay batay sa Hammer and Dance Theory. Ang Hammer ay tumutukoy sa estratehiya ng pagkontrol ng pagkalat ng COVID-19 tulad ng mahigpit na pagpapatupad ng community quarantine measures sa mga target na lugar. Ang dance component naman ay nagbibigay daan sa pagbubukas ng ekonomiya at sa pagpapagaan sa epekto ng pandemya sa ekonomiya ng bansa. Ang NAP Phase 2 ay nananatiling nakaangkla sa estratehiya ng gobyerno na tinatawag na PDITR na naglalayo na maiwasan at makontrol ang pagkalat ng virus. Ang ibig sabihin ng PDITR ay Prevent, Detect, Isolate, Treat, and Reintegrate. Ang prevention component ay tumutukoy sa pagpapatupad ng minimum health standards tulad ng paghuhugas ng kamay, physical distancing, pagsusuot ng face mask, personal na kalinisan at community lockdown. Ang second component naman ay estratehiyang detection at kasama dito ang pagpapatupad ng agresibong contact tracing at expanded community testing. Ang ikatlong component ay ang estratehiyang isolation kung saan mayroong probisyon ng isolation facilities para sa mga mild o asymptomatic cases, community protocols para sa mga positive cases, at construction support para sa mga government hospitals. Ang ika-4 na component ay ang estratehiyang treatment kung saan kasama ang One Hospital Command na isa sa mga pinakabagong hakbang ng task force upang mapadali ang pag-access ng mga Pilipino sa medical care at treatment, ang Mega Temporary Treatment and Monitoring Facility at ang Public and Private Referral Hospitals. Ang ika-5 at huling component ay ang estratehiyang reintegration sa lipunan ng mga gumaling na pasyente. Ang mga pasyenteng gumaling ay dapat pa ring sumunod sa minimum health standards at dapat ay nababatid nila na posibleng sila ay mahawa muli. Kapag siguradong nasusunod ang estratehiyang ito, maaari nang simulan ang implementasyon ng ating transisyon sa new normal. Ang iba't ibang uri ng zoning or targeted lockdown ay barangay lockdown, block lockdown, block and house lockdown, street lockdown, house lockdown, and building lockdown. Ang zoning ay mayroon ding 4 na kategorya. Una ay ang critical zone o ang mga lugar kung saan ang paunang bilang ng mga kaso ay natukoy sa nakaraang 7 araw. Pangalawa ay ang containment zone o ang mga lugar na walang bagong kaso ngunit katabi ng isang lugar na ikinategorya bilang CRZ. Pangatlo naman ang buffer zone o ang mga lugar na walang bagong kaso ngunit katabi ng lugar na isinailalim sa kategoryang CZ. At panghuli, ang area outside buffer zone o ang lahat ng natitirang mga lugar na walang bagong kaso at hindi nakategorya bilang CZ o BZ. Ang zoning containment strategy na ipatutupad ng local task force ay naglalayong mapigilan ang pagkalat ng COVID-19 at mabawasan ang epekto nito sa lokal na ekonomiya sa pamagitan ng contact tracing, testing, isolation at treatment ng mga tinatawag na suspect, probable at confirmed cases. Samantala, sinisiguro ng pamahalaan na mayroong mga hakbang na ipapatupad upang matiyak na makakamit natin ang ating layunin na makabawi ang ekonomiya at mabigyan ng komportableng buhay ang bawat mamamayan sa gitna ng pandemya. Ang gobyerno ay patuloy na nakatuon sa pagpapahusay sa healthcare capacity ng bansa sa pamagitan ng pagtatayo ng karagdagang ICU at isolation beds, testing laboratories, referral hospitals, swabbing centers at quarantine facilities sa buong bansa. Ang mga medical frontliners mula sa gobyerno at pribadong sektor ay binibigyan ng proteksyon at nakakatanggap ng mga benepisyo, gayon din ng suporta na kailangan nila upang pangunahan ang laban natin sa COVID-19. Kukuha rin ng karagdagang 10,000 health workers ang gobyerno upang matulungan ang ating mga doktor at nurse sa pagganap sa kanilang tungkulin. Sa ngayon, wala pang gamot o bakuna laban sa virus, kaya naman mahalaga na makipagtulungan ang lahat upang mapigilan ang pagkalat ng COVID-19. Palaging sundin ang minimum health standards at manatili sa bahay hanggat maaari at iwasan ang non-essential travel. Nilalayo na National Action Plan Against COVID-19 na ito na makasagip ng buhay at matiyak ang ating kalusugan.
The National Economic and Authority Regional Office 10 and one of the head secretariats of the RTF-ELCAC 10, RD Myla Faye Aurora Balanda Carino, for the roll call and acknowledgement of members and guests. RD.
As member of the Secretariat, I'd like to co-chairperson of RTF-ELCAC 10, chairperson of RPOC 10, and mayor of Cagayan de Oro City. Also joining us on site is Major General Andres Centino, chairperson RTF-ELCAC 10, TWG Commander 4th Infantry Diamond Division. Also joining us on site is Archbishop Antonio Ledesma, representing the Archdiocese of Cagayan de Oro. Major General Generoso Emponio, Commander 1st Infantry Division, is represented by Major Marvin Wiley Gutan, and of course the 2nd Brigade Commander, Brigadier General Dong Palafox. We have also with us on site Director Manuel Orduña of NICA. Representing Police Brigadier General Rolando Anduyan is Police Colonel Ronaldo Cabral. He's joining us via VTC. Also with us is Director Arnel Agabe, my partner in the Secretariat, and with him is ARD Yvette Sunga and Elaine Josephine Basco, and they're joining via VTC. Governor Jose Maria Zubiri of Bukidnon is joining us via VTC with Engineer Jezreel Mangubat. Governor Imelda Dimapuro of Lanao del Norte with ENP Anesita Lendio is joining us via VTC. Honorable Eugenie Vicente Humano, the Governor of Misamis Oriental, is joining us shortly, but we already have with us Julie Mar Diabelia. Joining us on site is Honorable Mayor Edgar S. Lignes of the City of El Salvador. Honorable Mayor Eric Cañosa of Hingoog is joining us via VTC. Honorable Mayor Celso Regencia of Iligan is joining us via VTC with Ms. Josephine Rosales. Honorable Mayor Florencio T. Flores with Engineer Adrian Gamboa is joining us via VTC. Honorable Sancho Fernando F. Waminal of the City of Asamis is represented by Mr. Joseph A. Rojas, and he's with us this morning. Mayor Samson R. Dumanghog, President LMP Misamis Occidental, is joining us via VTC. Our Mayor Ray B. Buhisan of LMP Misamis Oriental is joining us via VTC. Also joining us is Brigadier General Maurito L. Licodini of the 402nd Brigade. And Brigadier General Dong Palafox has 2 representations this morning, as representative of COM1 and as Brigade Commander of the 2nd Mechanized Brigade, and joining him is Major Rolly Melendres. Colonel Ferdinand T. Barandon, Brigade Commander of 403rd Brigade, is joining us via VTC with Captain Marcelito Quijano. Lieutenant Colonel Ray Chongson of 10IB is joining us via VTC. Director Kristen Tan, Deputy Director of Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, is joining us via VTC. Director Raul Alvarez is joining us via VTC. Director Glenn Garcia of CDA is joining us via VTC. Director Carlin Collado of the Department of Agriculture is joining us via VTC with Ms. Lana May Racines. Director Rodilia Parel of DBM is joining us via is going to be here with us. And Director Art Bayokot of DepEd is represented by Mr. Myron Talusig. Director Arley Adorable of the DNR is joining us via VTC. Joining us on-site is Director Eva May De La Rosa of the DICT, Attorney Merlin Uy, the Regional State Prosecutor, Department of Justice, Regional Prosecution Office, is also here with us.
Ako lang acknowledge si General Colina, naka-onboard, naka-onboard sa atong RNC.
Mute the other participants. Also joining us on site is Director Geoffrey Suyao. Director of DOLE, Director Zenaida Tan is represented by ARD Peter Hilye and Engineer Ben Caliao, and they're joining us via VTC. Director Alfonso Alamban of the OST is joining us via VTC. With us here on site is Director Mariflor Doliaga Libang of the DSWD, and she is joined by Ms. Gloria Mosqueda. Director Marie-Elaine Onchuan of the DOT is also here with us with Mr. Decios Esmedalia. Director Linda Bunyao is represented by ARD Ermedio Abang via VTC. Director Charito A. Raagas of DHSUD is joining us via VTC. Director Nelson Manaloto of the Regional of the Land Transportation Office is joining us via VTC. And Attorney Patricio S. Bernales of NBI is joining us via VTC. Also joining us via VTC are the following: Engineer Constancio Banaay of NIA, Director Arnel Gonzalez of OCD. Joining us on site is Director Emerson R. Rosales of PIDEA, but he's represented by Rubilin Alfaro and Rubichel W. Joining us on site is Director Franklin Gumapon of the PIA and Ms. Maria Tita Rodriguez of the PMS. She's also joining us on site. And via VTC, Director Tarhata Mapandi of TESDA is joining us, and Police Lieutenant Colonel Ramil Luisima of Iligan CPO. From our private sector partners, we have Mr. Ruel Ravanera joining us on site, as well as Mr. Eduardo Pelaez via VTC. I'm sorry, Mr. Ruel Ravanera is joining us via VTC, so with Mr. Eduardo Pelaez and Dr. Enrique Ampo confirmed to join us on site. We also have invited some guests. We have Dr. Catherine Rowin Almaden of Northern Bukidnon Community College, and Yusek Abner Kaga of the Philippine Information Agency. We also have with us Assistant Director General Lorenzo Clavejo of NSC, Mr. Renante David, and Ms. Mabeth Relien. We also have with us Dr. Jess Derije of CMU with Dr. Jupiter Casas. So, Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Daghang salamat sa atong Regional Director, sa NEDA, si Director Myla Carino. Since a quorum has already been established, the meeting shall now be in order. Maayong buntag sa atong tanan. May I first acknowledge the officials who are physically present here at the venue. Most Reverend Antonio Ledesma, Society of Jesus, Archbishop Emeritus, Archdiocese of Cagayan de Oro City. To Mayor Oscar Moreno, City Mayor of Cagayan de Oro City and Chairperson of ARPOC Region 10, Major General Andres Centino of the 41st Division, Commander and Chairman of the RTF-ELCAC TWG, may buntag sir. Mayor Edgar Lignes of El Salvador, may buntag, Mayor. Director Mariflor Liban, DSWD, ma'am. Director Manuel Orduna, Region 10, NICA. Attorney Merlin Oy, OIC Regional Prosecutor's Office, Region 10. Director Maria Onchuan of the Department of Tourism. Director Franklin Gumapon of the Philippine Information Agency. Brigadier General Maurito Licudine of the 402nd Infantry Brigade, and Colonel Ferdinand Barandon of the 403rd Infantry Brigade. Maayong buntag kanatong tanan. To recall, our last quarterly meeting was on the 28th of May 2020. Though we are still responding to the challenges and threat of COVID-19, we remain firm and grateful that we are all healthy and well. We are also thankful for the gift of technology as means to communicate with one another as we gather to discuss various updates, concerns, and issues on ending local communist armed conflict. As shown in the program, today is very important to us since there are various agenda items that are critical in the continued implementation of Executive Order number 70. I am glad that with the effort of the RTF-ELCAC TWG, we have lined up agenda items with corresponding action areas as follows. There are 3 items which are for approval. Creation of line of effort special task group on countering communist terrorist groups, resource generation, and approving its terms of reference. Terms of reference and operationalization of the RTF-ELCAC Operations Center and the Internal Security Operations in Region 10. Inclusion of the 402nd Infantry Brigade as member of the RTF-ELCAC TWG and the RTF-ELCAC 10. We also have one for endorsement. Recommendation on the Anti-F-ELCAC Memorandum Circular 2020 MC004, Supplemental Guidelines on the Operationalization of RTF clusters, subclusters, and cluster quick reaction teams. And 2, for acceptance. Client satisfaction survey for the 1st Infantry Tabak Division and the 4th Infantry Diamond Division, and updates on the one map for conflict resolution of tenurial claims. We will also be apprised on the region's ELCAC efforts, particularly the lines of effort, task groups, accomplishments by the RTF-ELCAC TWG Chairperson Major General Centino. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to have with us His Most Reverend Antonio J. Ledesma of the Society of Jesus, Archbishop Emeritus, Archdiocese of Cagayan de Oro, to give us his inspirational message on his personal interpretation of the ELCAC, touch based on his personal aspirations for the people in Region 10. So with that, I would like to seek a motion to approve the agenda of today's meeting. There is a motion for the agenda to be approved by Mayor Moreno. It's been seconded by Director Frank of the PIA. The agenda is hereby approved. May I now give the floor to Archbishop Ledesma for his inspirational message.
Honorable Secretary Andanar, Mayor Moreno, other distinguished representatives of government agencies, and also civil society organizations. I thought I could share with you my observations about our common goal for peace and order in this region. I have been here in Region 10 and Northern Mindanao for practically the length of my own service as Archbishop and also as a member of Xavier University earlier. So I have encountered many difficulties. But may I suggest that we put on the screen maybe just the summary of my talk. You have a copy of an article from Solidarity to Human Security, and this is what I would like to summarize in this PowerPoint presentation. First of all, LCAC for, I think, many church groups is not only to end local communist activity, armed conflict, but for us, LCAC has a further meaning. I would suggest we can also say it is enhancing local community action for convergence of all the services that are available here. And we still start maybe with the understanding of human security. This is not really the human security law of the Philippine government a few years ago, nor is it the anti-terrorism law that has just been recently passed. But I am basing this on the description of a commission of the United Nations in 2003, where they came out with a broader understanding of what human security stands for. And let us read it. Human security, in its broadest sense, embraces far more than the absence of violent conflict. It encompasses human rights, good governance, access to education, health care, ensuring that each individual has opportunities and choices to fulfill his and her potentials. And I think each of the government agencies here is tasked to help in promoting these different aspects of human living. Can we move on to the next? It's a frame. Advancing human security in Mindanao, for instance, these are just some aspects. Protecting people in violent conflict, like especially helping refugees, providing minimal living standards, work-based security, secure livelihoods, access to land, credit, and training. Also access to basic health care, access to basic education, articulating common goals while developing multiple identities such as identities through interreligious dialogue among Muslims, Lumad, and also Christian settlers. Empowering communities for good governance, engaged citizenship, social auditing, and also meaningful elections. And forging alliances among civil society groups, including church communities, government agencies, and other communities. So Table 1, which is also on your article, points out the differences from state security to human security. The focus of state security is usually the state, whereas for human security, it is a broader scope of individuals, households, and communities. For the menaces, state security addresses the protection of territorial boundaries and also against internal coups. Whereas for human security, there are more borderless menaces like environmental pollution, infectious diseases like COVID at this time, and also regional or international terrorism. The actors under state security would usually be the politicians, military, and government officials. For human security, the actors are wider. It includes non-government organizations, civil society, religious leaders, international agencies, and we could also include the media, the role of media. The fourth, the goal of state security is to protect the state. Whereas again, in a broader sense, human security means protecting and empowering people themselves. Table 2 talks about basic freedoms for human security. In fact, this has come out again in the international standards of the United Nations. We can group them under 3 dimensions. The culture of life, or this is the economic situation, freedom from want for a decent standard of living, also freedom for decent work without exploitation. On the middle range, the political dimension, culture of human rights and democracy, you have freedom from fear with no threat to personal security, also freedom from injustice and violations of the rule of law, and finally freedom of participation, expression, and association. At the third dimension, this is the cultural dimension, the culture of peace and solidarity. We will move from freedom from discrimination for equality of all ethnic groups, also freedom to develop and realize one's human potential. Though these are, you might say, 7 clusters of freedoms that are articulated by the United Nations. This one is like showing the process from human security, key human security clusters following violent conflict. On the left side, you have more or less the role of government itself. Government, especially the military, has to come in when there is the need for public safety. So to control armed elements, to protect civilians, to also build national security institutions, to protect external security. But as you move on to humanitarian relief, to rehabilitation, to reconciliation and governance, the role of people themselves becomes more important. And this is where we move from left to right, and here in governance and empowerment, this is more the role of local communities and the role of civil society organizations. So we hope that that is our understanding of moving for peace and order. The need for the military and to end armed conflict on the left side, but as we move on to the right, there should be an increasing role of non-government and civil society organizations, including the church communities. Maybe this is just a summary of 10 bases for a culture of peace from UNESCO. Satisfaction of basic human necessities, education for change, freedom from myths, demilitarization of defense, to demystify threats, to also the feminization of culture, the role of women, disobedience even as a virtue if it is with responsible critical consciousness, respect for the cultural identity of our pluralistic society, and also overcoming logical blocks and empowerment of the small communities. Briefly, this is a paradigm of a culture of peace, which maybe we do not have time to explain further now. But basically, it includes personal integrity, human rights and democracy, poverty eradication, intercultural understanding through interreligious dialogue, disarmament and cessation of hostilities, and also protection of the environment. So these are, you might say, the 6 dimensions that create a culture of peace. And these are also some pastoral horizons We have peacemaking on the one hand for peace building, but also the provision of basic needs. On the intermediate level, we need to promote human rights and democracy and work for economic growth. But on the wider horizon, we need culture of peace for peace building and also sustainable development. So with that, my friends, we try to explain that the Church's understanding of solidarity or unity and fellowship among all of us can also move into our understanding on a broader level of the meaning of human security, where we do not only end armed conflict, but we empower local communities to develop themselves. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Archbishop Ledesma, for that heartwarming and thought-provoking paradigms. We are indeed very proud of you and your accomplishments and contributions to our peace development efforts in the region. We hope that through your paradigms, everyone in this room will be inspired, and we also do hope that though you are enjoying your retirement years already, you will still welcome our future invitations to engage with us. Once again, a round of applause for Archbishop Ledesma. As we move forward, you have been given a copy of the minutes of our last meeting, and in the interest of time, may I seek a motion to dispense the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting and approve the same with a colatilia that comments and corrections be given to the Secretariat within 5 working days. Do I hear a motion for...
So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's been a motion and seconded. It has been moved and seconded. The minutes of the previous meeting is hereby approved. May I now call Director Arnel Agabe, Regional Director of the DILG 10 and Head Secretariat RTF-ELCAC 10 for the presentation of updates on matters arising and resolutions passed during the previous meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning. The updates on the agreement during the previous meeting are actually also included in your agenda folder. But may I now turn over the floor for the presentation to ARD Yvette Sumas.
Good morning. Good morning to the members of the RTF-ELCAC 10 and to our chair, Courts 10, Secretary Andalar. On the agenda, creation of a funding window for the sustained implementation of Executive Order Number 70, or the whole of nation approach towards lasting peace and inclusive development. This was endorsed. And RTF-ELCAC 10 passed resolution number 3, requesting the BBM to create a funding window for the sustained implementation of EO 70, or the whole of nation approach towards lasting peace and inclusive development. This was favorably endorsed by the NSC through its Vice Chair, Secretary Esperon, in his letter dated July 8, 2020 to the BBM. Said proposal is also included in the agenda of the RDC Mindanao Area Committee on September 2, 2020 for support by other Mindanao regions. On the next item, on the proposed merging of the RTF-ELCAC 10 Operations Center and the RTF 10 Internal Security Operation, or ISO Coordinating Center, this was approved. And RTF-ELCAC 10 passed resolution number 4, approving the merger of the RTF-ELCAC 10 OPCEN and the RPO C10 ISO Coordinating Center. The RTF-ELCAC 10 Resolution Number 3 was adopted by the RPOC Regional Peace and Order Council 10 on July 27 during its third quarter full council meeting. The terms of reference for the operationalization of the OPSEN and ISO Coordinating Center was endorsed by the RTF-ELCAC 10 TWG during its meeting last August 27 to the RTF-ELCAC 10. Said terms of reference is included in the agenda today for approval. On the next item, on the revised RTF-ELCAC 10 Work and Financial Plan for CY 2020, this was endorsed, and RTF-ELCAC 10 passed Resolution Number 5, endorsing the revised Work and Financial Plan of the Regional Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict for CY 2020. In its letter dated May 22, 2020, signed by Deputy Director General Rufino S. Lopez, the NSC informed that the NTF-ELCAC Vice Chairperson, Secretary Esperon, has approved the reprogramming of the first quarter allocation of the RTF OPSEN funds, provided that the release of funds will be sufficient and that the clearing instruments will be based on the agreement discussed. Also, the NTF-ELCAC Secretariat, in its email dated July 9, 2020, informed that the RTF-ELCAC Secretariat is authorized to utilize part of the 250,000 support fund for the purchase of one licensed Zoom account and communication requirements to include cell phone loads and SIM cards subject to usual accounting and auditing rules and regulations. The 4th Infantry Division has already submitted to the NSC the liquidation for the first quarter 2020 last July 9 this year. On the item Administrative Order Number 25 Series of 2020, titled Amending AO 10 Series of 2018, entitled Centralizing All Government Efforts for the Reintegration of Former Rebels and Creating for the Purpose of Interagency Task Force. This was presented and the status was followed up as to the IRR and should be cascaded the same to the RTF-ELCAC 10 officers and members once issued by the Task Force Balik-Loob. For information from our DILG NBOO, the focal for TCLIP, as of September 2, 2020, the draft IRR is still undergoing review and approval and signature by each of the Task Force Balik-Loob member agencies. It has already been reviewed by DNB, DILG, and DSWD. It is reportedly with the National Housing Authority at present. On the update status of the following, status and ways forward for the proposed policy researches related to ECO 70 operationalization, defining the ELCAC state and client satisfaction survey for the first ID and fourth ID, the Northern Bukidnon Community College, as proponent for the client satisfaction survey, has completed the conduct of field survey, focus group discussion, key informant interviews, and gathering of secondary data in the barangay selected in the provinces of Misamis Occidental, Misamis Oriental, and Bukidnon. Initial results of the study were presented to concerned agencies and stakeholders on August 6, 2020. On August 27, 2020, the RTF-ELCAC 10 Technical Working Group endorsed the study findings as presented by the Northern Bukidnon Community College to the RTF-ELCAC 10. The same is included in the agenda of this meeting for acceptance. The research study on defining the ELCAC state and its parameters is led by the Central Mindanao University, or CMU. The study is also conducted in partnership with the following states, universities, and colleges with assigned areas of coverage: the Mindanao State University in Iligan, Institute of Technology for Lanao del Norte, University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines for Claveria, the Municipality of Claveria, Misamis Oriental, and the Northwestern Mindanao State College for Science and Technology for the province of Misamis Occidental. Initial results of the study were presented during the RTF-ELCAC TWG meeting last August 27, 2020. Presentation of latest research results is included in the agenda of this meeting for acceptance. On the status of Quezon Manobo Tribal Association of Chemtras case in Quezon Bukidnon, this was presented, and the RDC-10 Interagency Committee for Conflict Resolution of Tenurial Claims resolved to first establish the One Map, a geospatial database that consolidates all titles and penurial instruments issued in the region. This will serve as the foundation for all decisions relating to land use by the RDC-10. After a series of consultations, capacity building activities on GIS, and map shops, the One Map was finally completed on August 26, 2020. The One Map was presented during the RTF-ELCAC 10 Technical Working Group meeting last August 27 and subsequently endorsed to the RTF-ELCAC 10 for acceptance during the task force meeting last today. On the status of local commitments to ELCAC fiscal year 2019 and fiscal year 2020, this was presented, and there's a need to submit report on the status of local commitments to ELCAC to the RTF-ELCAC Secretariat. Updates on this, the report were presented during the July 30 RTF-ELCAC 10 TWG meeting. On the excerpts from the IATF Resolution number 35, series of 2020, directing the courts to supervise their respective regional interagency task force and regional task force as guidance from the chair during his message. This was presented, provide the updated accomplishment reports of the Northern Mindanao Task Force for COVID-19 and the Region 10 IATF MEID to PCOO. NEDA 10 prepared the Northern Mindanao Task Force report for the month of June 2020 and furnished the same to the PCOO as requested. Further, NEDA 10 in its letter dated August 4, 2020 informed the PCOO that the Office of Civil Defense 10 as Chair and Secretariat of the Northern Mindanao Task Force prepares the regular reports, including the daily situational updates. Hence, subsequent requests for NMTF monthly reports will be coursed through the OCD-10. On other matters, provide updates on the status of the Iligan Bukidnon Road project, particularly, may I just emphasize to the body that Region 10 IATF MEID Task Force are regularly submitting reports to the courts regarding updates and concurrences on the localized lockdown or zoning containment implementation. On the other matters, as to the Iligan Bukidnon Road project, particularly Barangay Lantud in Talaka, Bukidnon, 6-kilometer road segment to Fibidec Administrator Quijano. On the update, the Infrastructure and Resource Management Cluster LOE line of effort informed the said project is for possible consideration in the fiscal year 2021. Special funding window of member agencies concerned or in the fiscal year 2022 budget proposal of the Department of Agriculture's Farm to Market Road program. Other matters to convey to the task groups SUCBEM and local peace engagement the proposal to conduct peace dialogues with rejectionist groups. Example is the RTMM. The ILG 10 rather will discuss this in the next meeting of SUCBEM and local peace engagement task group meetings. To discuss with the PNP Regional Office 10 the proposed workshop to generate aspirations of former rebels as basis in designing reintegration programs for FRs. The ILG 10 coordinated with the Philippine National Police counterparts for the conduct of the proposed workshop by middle of September 2020. Per coordination made with the PDCDs who are members of the provincial HUC ECLIP committees, hereunder are the aspirations of the former rebels. First, on stability, to have a livelihood for family, permanent job, to live a normal life, to be able to send their children to school, and to live peacefully. On security, that they can live freely in their abode without the presence of NPAs compelling them to participate in communist activities. That they will no longer be afraid of the government, that they will no longer be afraid for the safety of their families because they have already they're already with the government side. Third, exploitation issues be addressed. Low wage for the farmers, land grabbing because the NPA allegedly helped them on these issues. These are the summary of updates rather on matters arising during our previous meeting, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, to ARD and Regional Director Agabe. The next agenda item is a very important item to our aspirations of weakening or even put an end to the existence of CTG in Mindanao. I am happy to note that Region 10 has this initiative to propose the creation of additional LOE-TG. So may I now call on Major General Centino to present the terms of reference for the proposed Line of Effort Special Task Group on Countering Community Terrorist Group Resource Generation.
Secretary Andanar, Mayor Moreno, Most Reverend Antonio Ledesma, mga kaubanan sa Regional Task Force ELCAC 10, both attending online and here present on site, mayong buntag sa tanan. I am Major General Centino of the 4th Infantry Division, and this morning as the Chairperson of the RTF-ELCAC 10 Technical Working Group, I am here to present the terms of reference in connection with our proposal to have an additional line of effort and create a task group to counter the communist terrorist group resource generation. Next slide. As to the background and rationale of the proposal, President Duterte signed EO number 70 last December 2018, which calls for the whole of nation and whole of government approach to end the local communist armed conflict, thereby creating a national task force, or RTF-ELCAC. Meanwhile, EO 17 was also signed in 2017, adopting the national security policy from 2017 to 2020, which calls for the end of all armed threats in the country and recognizes that internal socio-political stability rests upon healing the rifts that divide the nation by promoting participatory governance, synergy of government development efforts, and enhancing participation and responsibilities of local government units. To fast-track the operationalization of EO 70 and cascade at the regional and local levels, the implementation of the whole of nation approach, task groups were created to address the 12 lines of efforts. In the meeting of the RTF-ELCAC 10 Technical Working Group last June 19 this year, it was recommended to create an additional line of effort aimed to address the resource generation scheme of the communist terrorist group, thereby reducing, if not cutting off, the financial and logistic supports it gets from businesses, the LGUs, and the private sector. The main objective of the proposed line of effort is to address the resource generation scheme of the communist terrorist group. The CCRG as a strategy is intended to weaken the operations of the CTG and prevent its resurgence when eventually dismantled by implementing measures to reduce or even cut off the financial and logistic support it receives from various sectors. The special task group will be organized to implement the strategy. To understand more the need to create this additional LOA, allow me to present some questions and answers. Why does the communist terrorist group continue to exist for over 5 decades? Next slide. Let me show you the state of insurgency over the years. And in this slide, the trend of NPA capabilities over the various military campaigns applied since 1981, spanning several administrations. The NPAs have reached its peak during the Aquino administration sometime in 1986, brought about by the release of top NPA leaders and various concessions given to the communist terrorist group, such as the passing of the party-list system and the succeeding negotiations between the GRP and the NDF during that time. The NPA reached its peak of about 2,000 insurgents during that year. That was 1986. Since then, there have been a significant downtrend to the several administrations. It rose up again sometime in the year 2000 during the Estrada administration, and then went down again. And about 10 years back, the strength of the NPAs plateaued at about 4,000, as you can see in the slide. So despite the several military campaigns that were implemented, it has never gone down to zero. It has plateaued at 4,000 over the last 10 years. This goes to show that the military solution is not the answer to insurgency. To illustrate further the current state of insurgency, next slide, perhaps the water tank analogy could explain the reason why insurgency by the communist terrorist group continue to thrive up to the present. So makita natin dyan sa slide yung water tank with yung tubig representing the level of insurgency. The fishes, perhaps, they represent the NPAs. While we have conducted several operations over the years, nababawasan natin ang insurgency, however, it remained at a certain level for over 10 years already. It has never gone down. It's because there's an inflow. Mayroong pumapasok na mga factors that continue or to sustain the level of the water. In this case, the level of insurgency. It is the extortion and resource generation that the communist terrorist group are doing, and coupled with the fact that the government's counterinsurgency efforts failed to address the continuous flow of resources that sustain the CTGs and their activities. Next slide. The communist terrorist group sustains its overall operations through various resource or fund generation schemes. These include the implementation of its so-called revolutionary taxation, or we commonly know as extortion. The contribution from allies and some local officials, the permit to campaign and permit to win schemes during elections, the money or the funds gained from donors from their international networking, and the money also collected from these schemes are used both in the CTG's red and white area operations, and these figures are based on captured enemy documents and disclosures of neutralized CTG members. Aside from fund generation, the CTG also solicits support in kind such as food, firearms, explosives, transportation, support, and even sanctuary. Next slide. So why does this continue to exist for over 5 decades? It is because the targets of extortion give in to the CTG's demand by paying rather than having their properties destroyed or their businesses disrupted. And the fact that the government over the years have not done enough to address prevalent extortion activities of the communist terrorist group. So what is extortion? Extortion is a primary and major source of the operational funds of the communist terrorist group, with millions of pesos of extortion money being collected yearly. It follows an intricate process wherein certain businesses or business entities are being identified and investigated. The next thing, the armed group sends extortion demand letters, sending this to the targeted company, makes the negotiations and gives the demand. And when companies refuse to give into the demand, sanctions are being done until an agreement is reached. Next slide. Here in this slide shown is the records that we got from recovered documents and revelations from former rebels, wherein around 412 known establishments since 2016 were identified. And most of the extortion came out from businesses and commercial establishments. Also from construction companies, from mining companies, from transport companies, and from telecommunication companies. Next slide. Based on the revelations, the CPP-NPA terrorists were able to collect roughly 5.5 billion pesos from extortion alone in just a span of 4 years, since 2016 to 2019. Accordingly, last year, the CPP-NPA in Northern Mindanao and Caraga region have amassed more than 118 million pesos, or 51% of the national total extorted amount, to finance its terror activities. Next slide. So why do we need to put a stop to the CTG extortion? It's because terroristic activities of the CTG persist since extortion provides the funds to sustain these. Military operations could address the reduction of the armed group, but is not enough to address extortion. Therefore, it must be addressed holistically by all sectors of society, and we need to enjoin all sectors of society to participate in our campaign to stop extortion. Next slide. So what needs to be done? Going back to the water tank analogy, we see the continuous flow coming from extortion and the CTG's resource generation. We also have the military operations. And again, the water level stays the same because the rate of reduction is equal to the rate of replenishment. So what needs to be done? We have to stop the flow and sustain military operations so that we can address the armed group and hopefully put an end to insurgency. Next slide. The proposed structure for the creation of a task group to counter CTG resource generation is as shown. There are 12 clusters currently, and we will be adding up one more. This will be the task group to counter CTG resource generation. So there will be 13 clusters if approved. Next. The composition, it will include the agencies and be such as the NICA, the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, the AFP units in the area, DTI, DOJ, NBI, the PNP, DILG, and NEDA, and all the other agencies to address the specific concerns involved in the CTG resource generation. The LOE or the task group will be headed by the the Regional Director of NICA 10. And as for the roles, functions, and duties of the task group, next slide, these are the following. To assist the RTF-ELCAC 10 and its technical working group in the identification and implementation of projects, programs, and activities. To formulate implementation and action plans with corresponding strategic interventions focusing on the identified areas to address resource generation scheme of the CTG. Generate information and maintain a database or documentation on activities of the CTG. Ensure the confidentiality of the gathered information and its sources to guarantee the safety of the reporting individuals. Coordinate with the LTF-ELCAC and the local POCs in the planning, implementation, and monitoring of the action plan, and provide updates to the RTF-ELCAC technical working group prior to the full council meetings of the RTF-ELCAC and the RPOC. The rest of the proposed roles and functions of the task group is as shown. Next slide. Next. There will also be implementing and coordinating mechanisms as related functions will be added up to the other task groups to complement the functions of the task group on CCRG. Next, there will be regular conduct of meetings, monthly meetings that is, and there will also be special meetings to tackle emergency issues, policy concerns, and other activities. The schedule and venue of the meeting shall be at the NICA 10 office as the chairperson of the LOE or through virtual meetings as deemed appropriate. Next slide. Several plans have already been completed since the proposal has been raised. Next slide. And forthcoming, next. Today we're presenting this formally to the RTF-ELCAC for approval. And if approved, there will be a scheduled organizational meeting next week. So the action required is the approval of the members of the Regional Task Force ELCAC on the proposal of the technical working group to create the 13 cluster, which is the LOE to counter the communist terrorist group resource generation. That ends my presentation. Mayong buntag.
Thank you very much, Major General Centino, sir. Very insightful, and we do believe that your proposal will be a great leap towards solving our insurgency problem. So with that, I would like to seek a motion to creating the said line of effort or special task group on countering communist terrorist group resource generation and approving its TOR. As it has been moved by Mayor Moreno and seconded by Frank, the TOR for the newly created line of effort special task group encountering communist terrorist group resource generation is hereby approved. The next agenda item is equally important since this OPSEN has been launched last May. I am hoping to hear some updates on this, particularly on its operationalization. I understand that we need to come up with the terms of reference on this for us to further maximize its operationalization. So may I now please call once again Director Agabe to apprise us on this matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. May I present to you the draft terms of reference of the RTF-ELCAC 10 Operation Center and RPOC Internal Security Operations Center. This will be for the approval of this August body. The Regional Task Force ELCAC 10 PWG in its meeting last July 30, 2020 proposed to come up with the terms of reference for the Operation Center ISO to further flesh out the operationalization of the center. The same was also presented during the RTF-ELCAC 10 PWG meeting held last August 27 this year. The sequence of my presentation is as follows. Background, the Joint Memorandum Circular number 2020-MC-001. The status right now, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, the status right now of the Operation Center, the RTF Operation Center organizational structure, and other issues and concerns which need the appropriate action of the RTF-ELCAC 10. So as a backgrounder, on 23 March 2020, the National Task Force ELCAC issued Memorandum Circular number 2020-MZ001, subject to which is guidelines in the establishment and management of Operation Center at the national level down to regional, provincial, city, and municipal levels in order to have systematic and centralized communication monitoring and reporting system. The Memorandum Circular mandates the RTFs to establish the respective operation centers or OPCEN to closely monitor and supervise programs, projects, and activities related to ELCAC. In compliance to said memoranda, RTF-ELCAC 10 has identified the 4th Infantry Diamond Division, camp in Patag, Cagayan de Oro City, as the location of the region's OPCEN. This is under the supervision of the 4th Infantry Division Commander and concurrent RTF-ELCAC 10 PWG Chair. The RTF-ELCAC 10 OPCEN was completed and formally launched on 28 May 2020. On the other hand, Secretary Eduardo M. Año of the DILG issued Memorandum Circular number 2019-143 entitled Omnibus Guidelines for Peace and Order Councils dated 27 August 2019, which requires the RPOC to adopt a resolution on the designation and location of the Regional Internal Security Operations Coordinating Center. The ISO Coordinating Center is a mechanism, structure, and procedure focused on the coordination of ISO efforts of civil authorities and agencies, military, and police. The said circular also provides that the Infantry Division Commander or its equivalent commander shall act as the ISO coordinating officer. So both the RTF-ELCAC 10 OPCEN and the RPOC 10 ISO coordinating centers are under the supervision of the 4th Infantry Division Commander. Upon the recommendation of the RPOC Region 10 PWG, the RTF-ELCAC 10 approved the merger of the RTF-ELCAC 10 Operation Center and the RPOC 10 Internal Security Operations Coordinating Center during its meeting on 28 May 2020 per Resolution number 4, Series of 2020. To fully operationalize the OPCEN as well as the ISO Coordination Center, there is a need to construct the common working area or the CWA of the OPCEN, ISO, and purchase additional ICT equipment, furniture for the said working area, as well as to deploy personnel who will man the center on a daily basis. The RTF-ELCAC 10 PWG in its meeting last 30 July 2020 proposed to come up with the terms of reference or the TOR for the OPSEN ISO. Copy which is attached and in your agenda folder to further flesh out the operationalization of the center. Further, the RTF-ELCAC 10 TWG in its meeting on August 27, 2020 recommended that the TOR for the OPSEN ISO shall include the resource requirements for the common working area of the OPSEN ISO. The TOR, or the terms of reference, has the following sections: the rationale, the purpose, the organizational and staffing pattern, functions, duties, and responsibilities of OPSEN ISO personnel, source of funds, and of course, submission of report. In the interest of time, we will run through some of the salient points of the TOR, one of which is the establishment of the RTF-ELCAC 10 OPSEN RPOC ISO aims to have a systematic, efficient, and centralized communications monitoring and reporting system of the operations of the RTF-ELCAC and the Regional Peace and Order Council. In the interim, the RTF-ELCAC 10 shall designate 3 personnel to man the OPSEN RPOC ISO. So we will have the chief of the center and 2 support staff. The center shall be manned and shall operate 8 hours a week on weekdays. So what are the functions? First is of the center. First is to disseminate information. Second is to follow up and collate the compliances of the local task forces and the 13 task groups. Collate the daily, monthly, quarterly, and annual reports of the LTFs and the 13 task groups. Assist and facilitate coordination with concerned government agencies. Maintain and update the directory of all stakeholders as well as members of the RTF. 10. Ensure communication security in coordination with the Strategic Communication Group and provide timely reports as deemed required. The duties of the chief of the center are the following: supervise the operational and administrative and operational activities of the RTF OPSEN RPOC ISO, ensure the availability of reports for the information and consumption of the National Regional Task Force leadership, and perform other duties as directed by the chairperson of RTF-ELCAC 10 and RPOC 10, as well as the secretariat. On the other hand, the duties and responsibilities of the support staff, the 2 support staff, are the following: maintain files, records, and directory, facilitate the procurement of logistical requirements, receive and transmit, make follow-up of communications, directives, compliances, consolidate the daily, monthly, quarterly, and annual accomplishment reports of the 13 lines of efforts and the local task forces in the region, and perform other duties as directed by the chairperson. The source of funds shall be on a quarterly basis. The National Security Council downloads the 250,000 for the OPSEN's use of the for the MOOE, and additional OPSEN ISO requirements such as the construction of the common work area and the purchase of ICT equipment and furnitures, and salary and other remuneration for OPSEN ISO staff are proposed to be funded by the NTF-ELCAC and other funding sources, to include from the PCOO, the secretary being the courts for Region 10, from our local government units, from other regional line agencies, from our congresspersons, and other stakeholders and funders. On the submission of reports, the following reports shall be submitted to the NTF OPSEN, the National Peace and Order Council, and of course to the Cabinet Officer for Regional Development and Security of Region 10 via email. So this would be through PDF or Word format on the following schedule using forms and substance as prescribed in the RTF-ELCAC JMC number 1 series of 2019. Can you show the... So that will be the schedule of the reporting. The RTF-ELCAC 10, OPSEN, and the RTOC-ISO shall maintain an official email account as well as mobile numbers. Flashed on the screen are other issues and concerns and corresponding recommendations to operationalize the OPSEN ISO. So this was also included as part of the annexes of the terms of reference. So part of the issues and concerns are mandatory liquidation of downloaded funds from the NTF, the need for ICT equipment for purposes of virtual meetings, considering the national health emergency crisis that we are facing right now, and the hiring of staff and personnel, additional staff and personnel for the OPSEN and the ISO. So for the purchase of the Zoom account for the RTF-ELCAC 10 as support to the conduct of virtual meetings, DILG 10 shall provide and will spend for the and manage the account that will be used as platform for the virtual meetings of the OPSEN. Next, please. On the construction of the OPSEN common working area amounting to 500,000 pesos, this was discussed during a small group meeting with the RTF-ELCAC 10 Secretariat last August 19, and status is request the courts for funding support or request assistance to the courts as to where we could source out funds for the creation and for the construction of the OPSEN ISO common working area, and the purchase of additional, because this will be needed, additional ICT equipment, furnitures in the common working area amounting to 709,660 pesos, itemized in the screen. Next. And there's also a need as to for its mobility, the need for a vehicle for liaising, and the status right now is the Secretariat to prepare letters signed by the courts and the TWGKs requesting, soliciting for provision of vehicles from LGUs or agency, or an appeal to these agencies if they could make available and an extra unutilized vehicle which can be donated to the RTF-ELCAC 10 OPSEN ISO operations for its operations as well as for its mobilization. That ends my presentation, Mr. Chair. Action desired is for approval. Thank you once again, and good day.
Thank you, Director Agabe. So with that, I would like to seek a motion to approve the TOR on the operationalization of the RTF-ELCAC Operations Center and the internal security operations in Region 10. As it has been moved by R.D. May and seconded, the TOR on the operationalization of the RTF-ELCAC Operations Center and the internal security operations in Region 10 is hereby approved. I understand that we have an additional member proposed to be included in our family of the RTF-ELCAC 10 and its TWG. This is for our approval. To present the said proposal, may I call on you, Major General Centino.
Thank you, sir. As a background, the 4th Infantry Division has covers the area of Region 10 and Caraga Region. It has 4 brigades, namely 401st, 402nd, 403rd, and since June 1 of this year, it has been added with 1 additional brigade from the 9th Infantry Division, the 901st Brigade. With the additional unit added to 4th Infantry Division, we made some realignments. Thereby, we have 2 brigades now handling the operations in Caraga and 2 brigades handling operations here in Region 10. The 402nd Brigade, headed by Brigadier General Licodini, who is attending here online, the brigade is actually based in Bangkasi, Butuan City. However, the area covers Misamis Oriental, with some of its battalions covering the areas of Claveria, Misamis Oriental, and part of Hingoog. So we are proposing, sir, that with the realignment of our units and the area of Misamis Oriental now being covered by 402nd Brigade, we propose for the inclusion of 402nd Infantry Brigade as part of the RTF-ELCAC 10 and its technical working group for approval of the body. Thank you, sir.
So with that, I would like to seek a motion to approve the inclusion of the 402nd Infantry Brigade as member of the RTF-ELCAC 10 TWG and RTF-ELCAC 10.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Moved and seconded the inclusion of the 402nd Infantry Brigade as a member of the RTF-ELCAC 10 TWG and RTF-ELCAC 10 is hereby approved. The next agenda item requires security or scrutiny, since this will entail a lot of resources on our part. R.D. Myla Carino will shed light, elucidate this agenda item for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My presentation is our recommendations to the NTF-ELCAC regarding their issuance, which is Memorandum Circular Number 2020, which is supplemental guidelines on the operationalization of RTF clusters, subclusters, and cluster quick reaction team. So just a bit of a background. Next slide, please. So of course, we all know that the WNA aims to address the root causes of insurgencies, internal disturbances, tensions, and other armed conflicts and threats by prioritizing and harmonizing the delivery of basic services and social development packages in conflict-affected areas and vulnerable communities. EO70 also created the National Task Force as the lead in institutionalizing a national peace framework, and thereafter regional task forces were created, including local task forces. Then the NTF-ELCAC issued Joint Memorandum Circular Number 1, prescribing the guidelines on the operationalization of EO70, and Memorandum Circular on the operational guidelines for the 12 national clusters. These were all dated May 8, 2020. However, this year, specifically on June 17, 2020, the NTF-ELCAC issued the supplemental guidelines on the operationalization of the RTF clusters, subclusters, and cluster quick reaction teams, which directs the RTF to pattern its structure and functions after national clusters to ensure effective implementation, harmonization, and synchronization of ELCAC efforts from the national level down to the regional and local levels. So in other words, we have our regional clusters or task groups, and they want us to create subclusters and quick reaction teams. So, Mr. Chair, in Region 10, we reviewed the Memorandum Circular because we wanted to check the practicality and feasibility of implementing these guidelines or circular. And so these are our comments and recommendations, Mr. Chair, and this has been endorsed by the TWG. On Section 4, the creation of subclusters intends to provide focused discussion and effort on specific issues and action areas. Per the MC issued by the NTF, there are 63 subclusters to be created under the 12 clusters or lines of efforts. But in our case, Mr. Chair, because we have just created the 13th cluster, this 63 would now become 65. With the PLEDS having the most number of subclusters with 10, followed by ECLIP and Amnesty Program with 9, and SACAM and IE with 8 each. The creation of 63 clusters is not deemed feasible and practical given the limited human and financial resources of our RTF member agencies. Please note that this excludes membership of agencies in the RTF-ELCAC and its TWG and LOE clusters. Also, further analysis of the structure of the subclusters reveal shared agenda. The LGE, Local Government Engagement, PLEDS, SACAM, and ECLIP, and Amnesty Program share justice and legal concerns which may be or which are already being sufficiently covered by our legal cooperation cluster. So we recommend, Mr. Chair, that it is our opinion, Mr. Chair, that while the intent is to improve institutional effectiveness and efficiency in performing our mandates vis-a-vis EO70, the creation of subclusters add bureaucratic layers which may result in redundancy of efforts, inefficiency, and waste of scarce resources. Hence, instead of creating 63 subclusters, the LOEs may be given flexibility to simplify and rationalize the subclusters, ensuring that all subcluster concerns are included in the cluster LOE agenda as applicable, and strengthening the LOE coordination and referral system, particularly for shared agenda and concerns. Please note that the RTF-ELCAC 10 TWG has already a referral system which was approved by the RTF-ELCAC 10, and we're currently using that. Next, please. On membership of the subclusters, given the proposed subclustering and membership, several agencies have to send representatives in various subcluster meetings, most of which share common or related agenda. Just to cite an example, Mr. Chair, among the agencies with the most number of members in subclusters are the following: the AFP with 44, the PNP with 44, and in Region 10, Mr. Chair, we are covered by 2 infantry divisions. And so on the part of the AFP, 4ID will have to send 44, 1ID will have to send 44. DILG with 33, NCIP with 30, and NICA with 25. We actually have an annex showing the breakdown per agency. While the intent is to improve institutional efficiency, this analysis would show, Mr. Chair, that it would actually add bureaucratic layers. Our recommendation, Mr. Chair, that we just make use of the current system that we have in the task groups will ensure optimum use of time and material, financial and human resources, while still carrying out our respective agency responsibilities. Next. On support, meaning the creation of Secretariat, Technical Working Group, and Quick Response Team, these are our comments. The creation of a Secretariat, TWG, and QRT in each subcluster runs counter to the intent of the MC as it builds redundant implementation and coordination layers. Currently, the existing clusters LOE's task group effectively serve as both planning and implementing mechanisms despite limited human resources of lead agencies. So, Mr. Chair, the TWG recommends that the LOE Secretariat can already serve as point of contact coordination of intra-subcluster and other cross-cutting concerns. For example, Mr. Chair, in the case of STRATCOM, While it will perform STRATCOM concerns mandates as RTF spokesperson, IO, Integrated Communication Operations Center, it also coordinates advocacy and STRATCOM efforts of other LOEs. Further, functions of the QREs can be assumed by the LOEs or the TGs. For example, referral of issues and concerns to other task group, monitoring and forecasting of significant developments, provision of technical advice and reports, and then initiation of discussions on matters relating to subcluster concern, and submission and dissemination of reports. Next, in fact, many of these functions are already being performed by our LOEs. Currently, the existing RTF-ELCAC 10 OPSEN ISO has no permanent staff complement. Per NTF-ELCAC directive, RTF-ELCAC operation centers may be manned by at least 7 personnel subject to the availability of personnel and resources. The OPSEN is expected to ensure a systematic, efficient, and centralized communication, monitoring, and reporting system on ELCAC concerns. But note that based on the proposed terms of reference, which we have just agreed, 3 personnel will be deployed to man the center on weekdays for 8 hours a week. So, Mr. Chair, this is the, if we follow the MC, Mr. Chair, this will now be our structure. It's kind of complicated to borrow the words of millennials. So our additional recommendations, Mr. Chair, our comments and recommendations. The RTF-ELCAC 10, through its secretariat, submits monthly report to the NTF-ELCAC. However, Mr. Chair, they require us to submit daily accomplishment report, including monthly report, quarterly report, and annual reports, and monthly meeting reports by each subcluster. We see this, Mr. Chair, as quite tedious and onerous. Currently, the activities of the RTF-ELCAC 10, its TWG, and LOEs are mostly funded by member agencies with some financial support from the NTF-ELCAC. However, conduct of monthly SE meetings may not be feasible given the limited financial and human resources of member agencies. As it is, Mr. Chair, our LOEs or our task groups are meeting monthly. But can you just imagine, naapag yung subcluster meetings, it's asking too much. That's off the record. Currently, the NTF provides financial support to the OPSEN amounting to 250,000 for MOE for the conduct of RTF-ELCAC meetings and other activities. The NTF is further requested to provide additional financial assistance to the OPSEN to support the activities indicated in the RTF-ELCAC 10 Work and Financial Plan for 2020, including the resource requirements for the OPSEN's common working area. For the information of the body, we actually developed our terms of reference and our manual of operations when we created our RTF-ELCAC 10, and we are using it, Mr. Chair, and it's still working, I suppose. So our requested action, Mr. Chair, is to accept this recommendation, Mr. Chair, and endorse this to the NTF-ELCAC for consideration.
Thank you, R.D. Myla. This is for adoption of the body and endorsement to NTF-ELCAC. I have heard so many positive results on these 2 undertakings. We might as well be formally informed on the status. So there is a motion. There's a move to adopt. Seconded. So this is adopted already by the RTF. So we might as well be formally informed on the status and updates today. I am eager, as you are, to listen and reflect the results of these studies. In fact, I understand that Major General Centino will replicate this undertaking in Caraga region. May I now call Dr. Catherine Roween Almaden, Professor 1 of the Northern Bukidnon Community College, to present the results of the Client Satisfaction Survey for the 1st Infantry Division and the 4th Infantry Division. The desired action for this is for our acceptance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Martin Andanar, Most Reverend Antonio Ledesma, Archbishop Emeritus of Honorable Mayor Moreno, Director Myla Faye Carrillo of NEDA, Major General Centino of Fort ID, all heads of agencies in government, non-government, and private organizations, maayong buntag. So first, let me begin by acknowledging all the various agencies that help us complete this research project. So first and foremost, we are very thankful to RDC-10, especially RD Carrillo for the trust in NBCC in carrying out this research project. And we are also very grateful for the generous support for funding coming from the Central Mindanao University through President Derije, and most especially the logistical assistance coming from Fort ID, First ID, and all the attached agencies, and ensuring the security and safety of the entire team in completing all the field research activities. So for today, I'm going to divide my presentation into two. Let me walk you through briefly for the methodology in conducting this research, and then let me proceed by presenting the major results of the study. So first, the major objective of this study is to determine the level of client satisfaction on public services provided by the 1st and 4th Infantry Divisions of the Philippine Army operating in northern Mindanao. So for the major approaches, next please. Okay, so this study covered the 4 provinces of Misamis Oriental, Bukidnon, Misamis Occidental, and Lanao del Norte. So the legitimate respondent included in the study are those that are knowledgeable and has received the major services provided by the 1st and 4th ID Divisions of the Philippine Army. Next, please. So for the sample size, we used the major sampling procedure that is being used by major research groups globally. And this is how we calculated our sample size. And with using that formula, we are able to attain a total of 1,471 respondents covering 3 municipalities and city in Misamis Occidental, 1 city and 1 municipality in Misamis Oriental, 3 municipalities in Bukidnon, and Iligan City in Lanao del Norte. So this is the distribution of the respondents in the various municipalities and cities in the 4 provinces of northern Mindanao. And as you can see, these are representative samples of the various barangays that were considered and declared as cleared barangays in these various municipalities and cities in northern Mindanao. Next, please. So we are able to generate results in a timely and accurate manner because our team used a software called the Coba software, which enabled us to collect data and administer paperless means of conducting survey, as well as the generation of accurate results. And with this software, we are also able to generate data that can be used for spatial analysis through the creation of GIS maps and heat maps. So in the conduct of this study, we hired a field supervisor, a technical and communication and data management personnel. We also engaged with 12 enumerators to conduct the field survey in the 4 provinces. Apart from that, this study also incorporated 8 major informations, which included information on socio-demographic characteristics of the respondent, the level of awareness of the various services and programs implemented by the 1st and 4th ID divisions, the evaluation questions to indicate the level of satisfaction, the needs assessment question to identify priority public services, as well as questions to directly attain the level of trust of these various respondents to the 4th ID and 1st ID operating in the 4 provinces. Now, to ensure that our procedures are valid and reliable, we have employed statistical analysis. And with that, we are able to generate and attain that our results are indeed reliable, given the statistical results on the various ratings that we used for the awareness on EO70, the satisfaction rating, trust rating, and in evaluating the peace and order situation. So with the Cronbach Alpha, those figures actually indicate that our instruments are indeed reliable. Okay, so we also employed statistical analysis in generating the results. So we came up with an index to determine the level of awareness of the respondents using this formula. Also, in determining the average scores or the weighted mean, we use the weighted mean formula, which means that the mean is gauged based on the size of the group. In other words, at the barangay level, municipal level, and at the provincial level. And lastly, we employed statistical analysis in order to determine which factors influence the rating of the respondents in terms of satisfaction and the trust levels. Okay, so we also engage with a validation activity we call the triangulation activities through the conduct of FGDs with different representatives from various sectors involving the IPs, the various officials at the barangay and the municipal level, different sectors involving the youth, women, and other civic organizations and civil society, as well as key informant interviews to gather opinions of experts and key officials implementing and supporting the services of the 1st and 4th ID divisions. Next, please. Okay, to ensure that we follow ethical procedures, our team got clearance from the Institutional Research Ethics Board of the Central Mindanao University. We also ensure that ethics in data management and data sharing will be implemented. So here are the preliminary results. So this is the map showing the distribution of the various barangays and municipalities covered in the study. Okay, now let me give you a brief background of the profile, the economic profile of these various municipalities in the 4 provinces. Tudela and Don Victoriano in Misamis Occidental are considered as 4th-class municipality, and currently their poverty incidence is at 19.5%. While in Misamis Oriental, Claveria is a 1st-class municipality and Hingoog City is a 2nd-class municipality, and at the provincial level, the poverty incidence is at 11.4. In Bukidnon, San Fernando and Quezon are considered as first-class municipality, while Cabanglasan is a third-class municipality. And lastly, Iligan City is considered as a first-class municipality. So if you look at the provincial level poverty incidence, it's quite small, but if we disaggregate that to the municipal level, they're actually quite high. So in other words, the major municipalities that are covered in this study are actually belonging to the municipalities where poverty incidents are highest, which is between 30% to 59%. And later, we will show the results that the actual respondents engaged in this study are actually validating the actual situation at the municipal or city level. Okay, so here are the, let me start now with the socio-demographic profile of our respondents. So most of those that were interviewed are considered as head of the family, so they constitute 55%. In terms of sex, because this was done during the daytime, next please. Okay, so 62% are female because, as I've said, this was done in the daytime, so most that are left at home were the female members of the household. Next, in terms of age, predominantly most of them belong to 30 to 60 years of age. And we are happy to announce that all the adult population in this study are well represented. Okay, in terms of civil status, 73.9% are legally married. Okay, now, in terms of ethnicity, over 50% of our respondents belong to indigenous peoples groups. In particular, for Misamis Occidental, around 85% of that are belonging to the Subanan tribe. In Misamis Oriental, 45 respondents belong to Higaonon. In Bukidnon, they belong to Tiguahon, Umayamnon, and Manobo. While in Lanao del Norte, around 80% are Maranao. Okay. In terms of highest educational attainment, over 50% has either finished elementary level or has reached high school level. In terms of primary jobs, over 52% are actually considered as agricultural workers. Now, for the income sources, this is one validation where the poverty incidence is quite high, is because 61% of the respondents do not have secondary sources of income. So, which lead us to the actual level of income levels. Most of them actually belong, or that's around 50%, have incomes below the poverty, the required income, or what we call those that are belong to the poverty levels of within the poverty line. So 50% have incomes below the poverty line. So this is the distribution per province. So majority of those that are belonging below the poverty line levels of income are found in Lanao del Norte. Okay. Now, in terms of membership of organization, 53.9% or more than half of them do not belong to any organization, which explains why mostly do not also have the most accurate source of information. So here you can see that around 49% rely on their friends, relatives, and neighbors for information. And only less than 20% are reached by the mass media, wherein only 8% are reached by radio, 16.79 are reached by the television, and less than 1% are able to have access to the internet. So this is a very important information that I think most agencies here today must really consider. Okay, so let me now proceed to the main objective of the study. So we start with the respondents' level of awareness on EO70. So in Region 10, there are 8 major components on the institutionalization of EO70. And these are the major areas that we considered engaging the level of awareness of the respondents. And these are the results. So based on that index that I showed you earlier, over 50.99, or that's approximately 51% of the respondents rated at 1, which means they are not at all aware of EO70, while only 3.94% of the total number of respondents have high levels of awareness of EO70. Okay, so there are 4 parts in this particular area in determining the level of satisfaction for the CSP projects implemented in the various provinces. So the first aspect, we considered the level of importance of CSP to attain LCAC in the CapDev areas. And these are the results. So among the 14 types of programs, projects, and activities under the CSP, these are the top 5 most important projects, programs, and activities that they consider as important to the attainment of LCAC. And number 1 is on youth-related programs, followed by local leaders' competence development, and then education and support services and infrastructure, as well as fellowship activities, citizen empowerment programs, and community livelihood programs. In terms of the current condition of these programs in the community, they consider local leaders' competence development as one of the most problematic area. Okay? And then, to determine the level of satisfaction of 4th ID and 1st ID CSP activities, projects, and programs, 6 major activities, programs, and projects emerge as the projects with the highest level of satisfaction. So number 1 is on health services. So health services is predominantly implemented in all the 4 provinces, and it also got the highest rating. Now, if we are going to look at the satisfaction rate, that means we consider the rating including 3, 4, and 5. They have very high levels of satisfaction rating. However, if a 4th ID and 1st ID will aim to have very satisfactory rating, that would be reduced to between 65% to 82%. Okay, but overall, they are very satisfied for these 6 major programs. Okay, so this is also the distribution between disaggregated data among all the provinces. So for Misamis Occidental, the highest rated program is on education and support services, while in Misamis Oriental, it's on fellowship and local leaders' competence development. In Bukidnon, it's in health services, while in Lanao del Norte, it's in fellowship activities. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, we also asked the respondents in terms of the perceived level of support from the major stakeholders. As we all know that CSP is a multi-agency program. So we looked into how the respondents rate the support coming from the various agencies involved in the implementation of the CSP programs by the fourth ID and first ID. And okay, among these programs, the highest rated, they feel that these agencies in this program that has the highest report in terms of disaster preparedness, environmental protection, education, and support services and infrastructure. Okay, so this section now, this result now will tell us about the trust rating of the fourth ID and first ID. So we have 10 questions to gauge the level of trust that respondents have on the fourth ID and first ID. And these are the results. So number 1, they are the highest rating is on I feel safer in the community as a result of military presence in the area. This is followed by the military are disciplined and motivated in addressing peace and security concerns in our community. And the third one is on the military conduct effective operations in addressing peace and security concerns in our community. So all these three got at least 90% level of rating. Okay, and this is the disaggregation by provinces. So as you can see, they are really scoring in all those aspects, at least at the 4.5 levels. Okay, now last part of the questionnaire is to determine how the respondents consider the situation in the last 3 years, the current, and their prospects of the future. So this is how they perceive the situation in the last 3 years prior to the implementation of EO70. So among these peace problems, they considered consumption of alcohol, theft and burglary, disasters, and remoteness of the barangay as the most challenging during the last 3 years. Now, currently, they now consider all these problems are no longer as problematic than before, but still, the top 3 major challenges are on consumption of alcohol, disasters, and remoteness of barangay. And the same perception remains for their prospect of the future. They see that these 3 conditions will remain as the major problems related to peace and security in the community. Last. Next, please. Next. Okay, so among all those factors that we considered as influential determining the level of rating, there are 2 factors that emerge as significantly influential to how they rated the services, especially on health services, which is the dominant CSP implemented in the 4 provinces. So among these, it's the years of residence and the level of awareness which tend to have a significant influence, a positive significant influence on the level of rating. However, income level tend to have an inverse influence, meaning that as the people's income increases, they tend to rate lower to the services that they receive. On the other hand, in terms of the trust rating, the same significant factors emerge. Next, please. So these are years of education, level of awareness, and EO70 as the most significant factors. So these are the major statistical results that we have derived. We have also analyzed the results of our FGDs and KIIs, and these are the 5 dominant themes that we have determined. So first is the contemporary image of the Philippine Army. Second is on the level of awareness on EO70. Third is the potential of the CSP in ending the local communist armed conflict. And the fourth one is on interagency collaboration on community projects. And lastly, the vulnerable targets of the revolutionary movement recruitment. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Catherine Almaden, for the very informative presentation of the survey results. So with that, I would like to seek a motion for acceptance of the said CSS study. Results of the study will be released through a research dissemination forum soon. It has been moved and seconded. The client satisfaction survey for the 1st Infantry Division and the 4th Infantry Division is hereby accepted. Following the CSS study is the presentation of the updates of defining the LIVESTREAMING state study, which will be presented by Dr. Vel Sumigit, the research team leader, on behalf of Dr. Jesus Derije, the president of Central Mindanao University. Walang connection. Connection. So we are establishing connection with Dr. Vel Sumigit. So we shall now proceed with the next.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. How's...
Okay, sir.
So Dr. Vel will now present again the updates of the defining the LIVESTREAMING state study.
So wala pa? Microphone ako. Okay. I am given 15 minutes to make my presentation. In the interest of time, let me just say good morning to all of us. Wala? Launcher naman.
Wala siya connection daw siya.
Actually, kami nag-share na eh.
Hindi naman kita.
Sila mo yung wala.
This is a working lunch, so you may have your lunch.
May we suggest, Mr. Chair, that we break for lunch for a bit because we lost the connection.
May we have a working lunch? So while we're having lunch, the next presentation can proceed?
We're still re-establishing the connection.
Okay, so while we're establishing, can we proceed to the next agenda?
Yeah, I can, Mr. Chair.
Pwede?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we may not be available to them through the VTC, but on-site, Mr. Chair, we can proceed.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you so
proceed,
much.
Mr. Chair.
So we will do our best to re-establish our connection with Dr. Vel Sumigit. But while we are waiting for his signal to catch up with our signal,
we may now proceed to the next presentation. For us to be guided to the next steps or ways forward of these studies, may I once again call on R.D. Carino, and you may also have your lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that we would be more efficient in our meeting, allow me to proceed with my presentation, Mr. Chair. I actually have two presentations. Ako na lang isunod, Mr. Chair. Okay, so one is on our ways forward after the researches, Mr. Chair. Can you already show my slide? Nevertheless, Mr. Chair, Dr. Almaden has presented our study on client satisfaction survey covering the services of the 1st and 4th Infantry Divisions of the Philippine Army operating in our region. And the second study is on defining the LCAC state, its parameters, indicators, and means of verification. So, Mr. Chair, the lead proponent for the defining LCAC state study is CMU, and CMU is supported by our other state universities and colleges. So for our ways forward, Mr. Chair, on the defining LCAC state, one is we are actually urgently requesting MSU IIT and USTP Claveria to fast-track the completion of the study in the provinces of Lanao del Norte and Misamis Oriental. As will be reported to you later on by CMU, Mr. Chair, we have only completed the Bukidnon and Misamis Occidental tracks of this particular study. And we have also requested CMU, Mr. Chair. Next. We have also requested CMU, next, to already process the results for the provinces of Bukidnon and Misamis Occidental. And we have already conveyed to the SUCs like MSU IIT and USTP Claveria. We have already conveyed to them our concern regarding the completion of the study in Lanao and Misor, and we have asked them to coordinate with the Philippine Army in the provision of security services to the research team during the conduct of the survey and interview. And then next, please, we also asked them to coordinate with the LGUs and appropriate agencies to address the problem identified in the community. Next, please. On the study just presented by Dr. Almaden, they have actually completed the study before the set deadline. Next, please, as ways forward, Mr. Chair, we will be identifying the best practices and areas for improvement as basis for interventions. When we say interventions, this can be program, project, or policy. In particular, propose ways to enhance and intensify the delivery of government services and interventions in conflict-affected or vulnerable areas. The results of the study actually will help us in this area. And then we will be convening once again the RTF-ELCAC TWG by next month to discuss the areas of concerns and recommend policy interventions to address those that were identified in the study. And then, Mr. Chair, kung mahuman na ning sa CMU nga study, we actually intend to conduct a research dissemination forum to include national stakeholders and strengthen collaboration with the LGUs and government agencies in the provision of needed services in the communities. And we shall be intensifying advocacy activities on government services, particularly in the areas not reached by any medium, to increase the understanding and awareness of the people. Kay nakitaan sa study ni Dr. Almaden, Mr. Chair, nga dili gyud mo abot ang internet sa ila, and so their source of information, ang ilang mga friends, ang ilang mga silingan, ang ilang mga barangay officials. And so if the information coming from their friends, their family members, their neighbors are not accurate, then of course, they would be recipients of they would be recipients of wrong information, and they will help propagate what you call the infodemic. So next, please, can I proceed to my next presentation, which is on CapDev, Mr. Chair, just to apprise us on the status of implementation of programs and projects in our CapDev areas. So what is clear in our horizon, Mr. Chair, is that we will be conducting a research dissemination forum for the studies on the client satisfaction survey and on defining LCAC. So allow me to give you updates on the implementation of programs and projects in our CapDev areas as captured by IPALAMDAG system in Region 10. Again, as a caveat, we are using the IPALAMDAG system to monitor program project implementation in the region, but we are not able to capture all programs and projects because not all agencies have enrolled their programs and projects. So ang ako lang i-report karong udtuha, ang katong mga programa nga gi-enroll sa IPALAMDAG system. Next, please. The IPALAMDAG continues to provide essential, pwede na ito ma-improve din ha nga part, dili makita. I think the amount is really very important ka makita, no? Okay. So if you look at the map, and then na ay mga dots, that's the map of our region, and the dots represent the programs and projects that are implemented in our region. So the IPALAMDAG continues to provide essential information on program project implementation as inputs for planning and decision making. As shown, naatay 4,274 programs and projects nga na-enroll sa IPALAMDAG that are currently being implemented in the region. And they have an aggregate amount of 104 billion. Ang pangutana, pila aning 4,274 ka projects are CapDev projects, and pila ang amount. The CapDev programs and projects comprise 32% of the total number of programs and projects implemented in the region, or 1,384, amounting to 36.29 billion. We would like to inform you that the Secretariat has already reconciled and updated the list of CapDev barangays in the IPALAMDAG database. So, limpyo na gyud ni nga data. Next, please. We further assess the location of PPAs within CapDev areas, particularly tracking the percentage share of CapDev PPAs enrolled per quarter. As of second quarter 2020, the percentage share of CapDev on a quarterly comparison is slightly lower than its highest peak. Currently, it's 38.72%. Its highest is 40% in third quarter of 2019. In terms of amount, the total cumulative contract amount of programs and projects in CapDev areas reached 36.28 billion. This is 34.80% of the overall share of regional total at 104 billion. The quarterly enrolled CapDev programs and projects showed an overall increasing trend. The peak share was in third quarter of 2019, registering half of all the PPAs in IPALAMDAG. Thus, we can say with a great amount of certainty that with policy reforms, we are really able to address the underlying reasons for insurgency to thrive in our region. Next, please. Okay? So makita sa left, focus area A, sa tunga B, sa tunga C. The IPALAMDAG is also tracking delayed projects. Of the total 1,384 programs and projects, 239 or 17.27% are delayed. Majority of the delays are experienced in focus area C at 111, and they are mostly in Bukidnon, followed by focus area A projects 90, and Focus Area B, 38. Next. We also track the completed PPAs by focus areas. There are 345 projects that have been completed, or 25%, and they have been completed as of second quarter 2020. Sa Focus Area A, 171 na ang nakumpleto, 37 sa Focus Area B, and 137 in Focus Area C. Next. If you look at the map, no? Kanang murag mga butlig-butlig. These are the corresponding point locations and amount of PPAs implemented per CAPDEV focus area since January 2019 up to second quarter of 2020. So pila man ni. Sa Focus Area A, which is our priority area, 543 projects are implemented, amounting to 17.6 billion. Sa Focus Area B, 171 projects, 4.07 billion. And Focus Area C, 670 projects, 14.61 billion. Next. In terms of amount, we have completed a total of 8.36 billion worth of programs in second quarter 2020 and 27.96 billion since from January 2019 to second quarter of 2020. The said amount contributes to our peace-building initiatives, connectivity, and livelihood, among others. Next. Ang atong CAPDEV areas ato manggi cluster, no, to facilitate the delivery of goods and services. And they were clustered, no, based on commonality of resources, contiguity, magnitude of insurgency affectation. So these are our clusters. So gimonitor po nato ang number of projects implemented within the CAPDEV clusters since January 2019. The cluster of Salvador Nunungan posted the highest number of PPAs, followed by the Mount Pioray complex. Now, ang kaning Salvador Nunungan, 94 projects, Mount Pioray, 79 projects. Okay, next. This is a new feature in the system because this was raised by Secretary Kapuyan during the June 25 meeting of the different task forces in Mindanao. Nangutana siya, kanang sa CAPDEV, pila man ana ka proyekto ang naa sa CADT areas. So this is a new feature system which extracts programs and projects that are implemented within CADT or CARLT areas. As shown, there are 211 programs and projects amounting to 10.32 billion. Okay? Next. Pero, mupod ni ang subo. We have 763 barangays, Focus Area BC, 247 sa Focus Area A, 136 sa Focus Area B, and 363 sa Focus Area C. So ang atong main priority katong 247 o 136. Pero sa kinatibuk-an nga 763 ka barangays, adunay 363 nga wala pa nakadawat. So 48% of the CAPDEV barangays did not receive funding based on the report. Pero ako lang po ning klarohon ha. Kay ang CAPDEV only captures the programs and projects implemented by regional line agencies. Wala nato na-capture dinhi ang programs and projects implemented by local government units and programs and projects implemented by civil society organizations. So in terms of areas that did not receive funding as extracted in the system, Lanao del Norte has the most number, 112, followed by Miss Ok 109, Bukidnon 85, and Miss Or 57. However, isa na pud ni kakabiat, these barangays may have been receiving assistance support from the government that were unaccounted. Nganong unaccounted man? Because there are some agencies that when they report to us, dili siya per barangay ang reporting, kundi per municipality, mao nga dili nato ma-account ang katong nisulod sa mga barangay. So naami hangyo pangalyo po sa DSWD, sa DE, ug sa BIFAR nga kung pwede i-disaggregate ang ilang RPMES report down to the barangay level. Okay. Next ka na. Along project implementation issues in CapDev areas, there are at least 99 programs and projects affected by COVID pandemic. Okay, and this is the breakdown. So makita ninyo sa mapa ang distribution kung asa ni nga mga proyekto didto gid ni sa mga hilit-hilit nga dapit. Next. There are 11 projects that have been stalled due to road right-of-way issues in which DPWH approved the suspension orders. Along insufficient manpower, a total of 6 projects were delayed. The DPWH also recommended to the contractor to hire additional workers. Next. Kani, muning irony. Programs and project ni para sa atong conflict-affected areas, pero naapektahan sad sila sa peace and order nga issues. So, there are 4 projects. 3 sa Malay-Balay ug 1 sa Nunungan, Lanao del Norte. Na ay recommendation ang ahensya bahin ni Ani ug nihangyo kami sa batalyon nga in charge kung pwedeng mahatagan og ayuda kabahin sa security ang DPWH 10. Next. So, while our ipalamdag has been very useful as a tool, aduna sab kitay mga hagit nga giatubang kabahin aning atong tool. Our ipalamdag server crashed last July 13, which led to the unrecovered transactions between June 25 to July 13. So, unsay pasabot ani? Mag-type, mag-encode ug utro ang atong mga ahensya sa mga data nga nawala. Right now, ang among server is now parked in an off-site data center with stable backup mechanisms para dili na mautro ang pag-crash. COVID-19 caused implementation delays ug ang isa gyud namo kahagit is this: agency reports were aggregated. Itapok by municipality, which is not useful if we want to extract data down to the barangay level. Unya naapoy ahensya nga kulang ang ilang submission. So these are our ways forward. Naa naman mi host no nga offsite, but we shall be procuring additional server with automated backup mechanism. We shall also be enhancing the system in preparation for cascading to the provinces, cities, and municipalities, because we will be allowing them to be part of the network. And then we will enhance the system to accommodate the automated entries by barangay for DSWD 10. So among tabangan ang DSWD 10, kabahin ani tungod kay ang DSWD, naagud sila yung mga proyekto sa kada barangay, no? And wala siya na-capture, sayang. And then provide access sa security sector. Kay muni ilang hangyo, kay sige sila pangayog data, no? Lain-lain ang sigig pangayo, balik-balik pagyud. So, ang among solusyon ana, tagaan silag access sa ipalamdag. But they can only get the information sa area nila. For example, ang 2nd Mechanized Brigade will have access sa iyang AOR. Ang 403rd sa iyang AOR, ang 402 sa iyang AOR, ang batalyon sa iyang particular nga AOR. Of course, ang 4ID sa iyang area sa 4ID and ang 1ID sa area sa 1ID in Region 10. Tagaan na to silag access para anytime gusto nila ang data, makuha nila dayon. And we shall be collaborating with the DILG-10 kay naasad sila subaybayan system that would complement our ipalamdag. So these are the updates, Mr. Chair. This is for the information of the body.
Ready na, Dr. Bell? Dr. Vel Sumigit is already online, and he will now be presenting the updates of defining the LCAC state study. Dr. Vel Sumigit, mayong udto kanimo.
Mayong udto, sir. I'm given 15 minutes to make my presentation. So in the interest of time, let me just say good noon to all of us. Let me start with a disclaimer that the results are really preliminary as we just finished encoding the road data over the weekend, the road data of Bukidnon and Misamis Occidental. Normally, data encoding is followed by checking of possible human entry errors before we can generate statistics. But since I am asked to present here now, please treat the results as really preliminary and tentative, and it's not ready yet for submission to the council. It's just for the information at the moment. Let me begin with the objective of the study. The first objective is to define the parameters, indicators, and means of verification of an LCAC state from the local community perspective. In other words, what would be the geographically isolated and disadvantaged communities like after the end of communist-initiated armed conflict? What would be the parameters, indicators, and means of verification? The second objective is to determine the sense of national identity of the residents of conflict-affected areas. In other words, if they have weak sense of national identity, they would be vulnerable to recruitment of the other forces. Third is to assess the degree of trust to the local and national government. Again, for the same reason, if they don't trust the government, they would be vulnerable for recruitment to the communist movement. Fourth, describe community's perception of an LCAC state. And fifth, I think this is useful for project implementation of residents and conflict, geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, and conflict-affected and vulnerable areas. The study sites, the studies are conducted in 4 provinces in Region 10, namely in Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental, Lanao del Norte, and Misamis Occidental. The lead agency for this study is Central Mindanao University, but we are being assisted by Mindanao State University in Technology for the data gathering in Lanao del Norte. In Misamis Occidental, we are assisted by Northwestern Mindanao State College of Science and Technology in Tangub City. For Misamis Oriental, we are assisted by the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines. At the moment, CMU has completed its data gathering activities in Bukidnon, and Misamis month of September. That's why I submit their once the research is finished. We are using a mixture of qualitative data approaches such as focus group discussion, key informant interviews, and quantitative data approaches such as household survey and village survey. In terms of focus group discussion, we conducted 3 focus group discussions in the province of Bukidnon, in the barangay located in Malaybalay City, barangay in Quezon City, Quezon Municipality, and barangay in Talakag. Then we have 2 barangays located in Lanao del Norte, 2 barangays in Misamis Occidental, 2 barangays in Misamis Oriental. That's for the focus group discussion. our approach of the focus group discussion is that we had 3 simultaneous focus group discussion in one barangay because we had 3 groups. We have a group for all adult males, we have a group for all adult females, and we have a group for all for youth. Each group containing 3 participants. For the key informant interviews in the barangays where we had FGDs. At the barangay level, we interviewed the barangay captain, the chair of the Peace and Order Committee, then 2 rebel returnees whenever they are available. At the municipal level, this one we have yet to do this. We will conduct a key informant interview with the municipal mayor, chair of the Peace and Order Committee, and the IP mandatory representative. This is only in the municipalities where we had our focus group discussion. At the provincial level, we will interview the provincial commander and 1 or 2 foot soldiers for their experience in terms of how they go about trying to stop armed conflict in communist-affected areas. For the household survey, we use the data provided by NIDA. NIDA has classified the barangays into A, B, C. Our focus of the study would be the barangays in A and B. A is the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, and at the same time, conflict-affected vulnerable areas. B could be either JEDAS or CAVAS. Then the sampling procedure is that we are using geographically balanced 2-stage cluster sampling. The first stage is we listed all municipalities within the province and the barangays within its municipality. Then we selected 30 barangays for the whole region using some random sampling. Then within the barangay, we selected 30 households, again using random sampling. These are the barangays where we conducted our household surveys in Bukidnon. There were 17 barangays, a total of 510 respondents. Then these are the barangays selected in the province of Misamis Occidental. Only 2 barangays were selected for the household survey, primarily because they had smaller population. They had around 5,000 households for the whole A and B barangays in the province. Whereas in Bukidnon, we had around 89,000 households for the A and B barangays. So meaning our sample is proportionate to population size. In Lanao del Norte, these are the barangays where household survey will be conducted in the month of September. We will be interviewing a total of 210 households. In Misamis Oriental, 4 barangays were selected. 1 barangay located in CDO, Barangay Taglimaw, 1 in Agayayan in Hingoog City, another in Malinaw, Hingoog City, then another barangay Tinaan in Magsaysay, Municipality of Magsaysay, a total of 120 households. Based on preliminary results, this is the ethnic distribution of the respondents. 33, so most of the respondents, 33.3%, belong to the Cebuano ethnic group. It is followed by the Higaonon, Subanen, Talaandig, and so on. When I recategorize these ethnic groups into our common level of Lumad, Lumad is the term used by the Visayans to describe the indigenous people. Then of course the Bisaya group, this comprises of Cebuano, Boholano, Siquijotnon, Waray, Hilonggo. It appears that most of the respondents belong to these 2 general categories, the Lumad and the Bisaya. And of course, the Lumad represents more than 50% of the respondents. Then the Bisaya represents less than half of the respondents. Then we have only 2 Muslim respondents and 23 other respondents. The other respondents would be people coming from Luzon, such as Ilocano, Ivatan, and Ivatan I think is coming from Batanes Island. They are the high-value crops growers in our mountainous areas in Bukidnon. Now, if you look at the distribution of these people geographically, you can think of the barangay population center and the remote mountainous areas as a continuum. The Visaya are mostly located in the barangay population center. And as you go away from the barangay to the mountainous interior, they are becoming fewer in number. barangay, you see more indigenous people. In other words, you may see a few indigenous people in the urban barangay centers, but more of them in the isolated communities. In other words, the majority of the occupants of the geographically isolated areas are the Lumans. So these are really the population that is disadvantaged. In the past, they belong to the category of others in our statistical data, and I hope in the recent survey, I hope they're really identified in terms of their ethnic identity, because this has a serious implication in terms of budgeting. There's no budget for others category. In terms of age distribution, this is how it looks like. It's skewed towards the left, meaning there are more representatives of the younger population and fewer of the older population, primarily because the older ones are getting few in number. The mean average age is 41 years old. So in other words, those people who were born during the martial years, there are few of them. The ages from 18 to 40, there are more of them in the respondents. In terms of sex of the respondents and household head, most of the respondents in Bukidnon are females, 84 females. In Misamis Occidental, the same. The majority of the respondents are females. This is because when the enumerators visit them, most of those who are in the house are women. But we ask about who they consider as household head. The majority of the household head are men. 419 in Bukidnon, 50 in Misamis Occidental. But they also do have female-headed households. And curiously, they have households headed by both men and women. In other words, there is high level of awareness in terms of gender equality, because they also consider women as household head or both. Now, these are some of the indicators. This is preliminary. We will be adding more as we look at the data. Let's begin by looking at the color code. When the variable is coded green, that means they have an average composite index of 80 to 100%, and we categorize that as very satisfactory. Their situation is very satisfactory. If the score is between 60 to 80, that would be satisfactory and color-coded yellow. If the score is 30 to 60, the code is orange or good. If the score is between 0 to 30, the color is red, that would be poor. So if you look at now the indicators, and I guess the presentation of Monsignor Lisma earlier could be used as the theoretical foundation for this kind of parameters or indicators of what would be the situation like after the end of armed conflict. First, food and nutrition security is an important indicator. People should be free from hunger. They should have food security. Unfortunately, in our survey, the average score is 84.4, so that's very satisfactory. It's not 100%, meaning there is still room for improvement. Availability domestic water supply is another indicator of state free from conflict. The score is only 79.2%, primarily because there are still areas that they have to fetch and carry water, but water is abundant in most places, except that they are away from home. Sanitation also has a satisfactory score of 74.1%. I mean health and healthcare, 74.1%. Sanitation and hygiene is quite high, very close to 80%. It's 79%. There is high level of awareness about hygiene because of the COVID phenomenon, that people must wash their hands, must wear face masks. In sanitation, most of the people already have their own toilets. In terms of housing, clothing, and energy, again, the score is satisfactory, 66.9%. There will be a breakdown later on, I will show that. Education is also satisfactory, 65.6%. Farm assets, it's good, but much to be desired. It only has a score of 35%, in fact, lowest among the indicators. Non-farm assets, 54.8%, quite good, but still needs to be improved. their ability to cope with shocks, the score is about 50%, 50.7%. Then gender and social equality is relatively high, 74.6%. That's satisfactory. Okay, in terms of subcomponents of each indicator, for food and nutrition security, you can see that most of them really they do not miss their meal. They have 91.5% is the average score for consumption. Access to food is 88.3%. I guess because even during the pandemic, the government is providing them free food, even those areas without lockdown. So the score is really high. But in terms of quality, we know that most of the times they're just eating corn grits, bagoong, dried fish. So the quality of nutrition is not that good, but still very satisfactory. Domestic water supply, they're saying it's available, 85.5%. Access is 88.8%. But the quality is, or rather needs to be improved, 67.8%. For health and healthcare, their health status is quite good at the moment. But in terms of access and affordability, some of them are saying that they cannot afford the expenses once they're hospitalized. The quality is in terms of distance from the residence to the nearest health center or hospital. And it is also related to the availability of medicines. There are clinics with limited amount of medical supplies. So the score is 70. But still, this is satisfactory, but needs improvement. Sanitation and hygiene, toilet facility is good, 80%. Actually, very satisfactory. Pero in terms of waste management, the score is low because some of them will just throw away their solid waste. Hygiene practices, it's also very satisfactory at 9.4%. Housing, clothing, and energy, you notice that housing structural quality is satisfactory, but the score is only 62, primarily because most houses in the remote communities are made of light materials, combustible materials. Clothing is high, primarily because they have access to okay-okay. No, you can, I would see farmers, for example, plowing, wearing Americana, no? Say tawag na sa English, no? Black suit. Then, of course, in terms of fuel, well, most of them are using firewood, and some have to walk several kilometers to get the firewood because they are now located in denuded areas. So the score is quite low also. But overall, the average is quite good. In terms of education, we rated the quality of education to be 61.7%, availability 62.5%, access is 76%. So this belongs to the category of satisfactory. It's not very good because there are still places that the students must walk several kilometers to go to school. And nowadays, teachers are saying that they have problems with their instruction because they are using modular approach. Their main problem actually is mass production of modular materials because they have to print them, and they have not anticipated the need for bond papers. Many of them have to contribute, teachers must contribute like 5 reams of bond paper. Others are soliciting, and others are lucky because if their municipality is well off, they get some support from the LGU. They also have problems with their printer because printers are not designed to mass produce many materials. No, risograph would be the ideal tool. But access is quite high, 76.8, because many of these remote communities already have elementary schools within their sitio. No, there are only a few without elementary schools, but the majority already have elementary schools within their sitios, and they all have full-time teachers. Yeah, so that's basically the situation of the education. In terms of farm assets, the score of land tenure is 39.2%. This is because in many areas, they still have they still don't have land title. And in many areas, they have land with kati, but some of them remain unproductive. Some of the lands occupied by people in geographically isolated areas are rolling or the slope is very steep, so the quality is not that high, 39% on the average. They are also complaining that the inputs to their farming is really expensive. It's the sellers dictating the price of inputs, and yet when they sell their products, it's the buyers who will dictate the price. So the score is not really high. Livestock culture inputs is also having a low score. Again, for the same reason. If you have fish pond, for example, in the inland, the feeds are very expensive. For non-farm assets like employment outside of agriculture and skills for them to become employable, the rating is quite low, 44.7%. Financial services, they have no access to that because when they try to avail of loans from the bank, the requirements are numerous and they have no patience to comply, or they don't have the documents to comply, and they don't. Most of the time, they don't have the collateral. Fixed assets and remittances, it's quite high, 73.3, because some of them already have family members who are working outside of the village in the city, or some of them are even working abroad and sending the money, that can help their family. In terms of degree of exposure, they are worried about drought, infestation of their crops, landslide, so natural calamities, typhoons, etc. So the rate is quite low, but surprisingly, recouping ability is quite high, 66.5%. Recovery ability is 76.1%, meaning people are used to difficult life. Well, in America, they are panicking because of the pandemic. In our case, okay lang, we are used to it. No? But honestly, there are situations that government has projects given to the community, like
Okay, balikan lang nato si Dr. Bell. As I won't be surprised that Region 10 will always have innovations to introduce. Let us hear in today's meeting the updates on the one map for conflict resolution of the Nurial claims. I understand that there were always an already series of activities conducted to come up with the one map. May I please call Director Arlie Adorable, CESO 3, Chairperson Interagency Committee for Conflict Resolution of Tenurial Claims, and Regional Director, DANR 10.
Good morning. May hapon.
RD, ngayong hapon. Ngayong hapon, RD. Can you hear me?
Pumatay acknowledge. Tudunggan ko nila.
Yes, we
Hear
can
you,
hear you.
Director. We can hear you.
Can I now proceed?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Chairman, other members of the task force, maayong hapon sa inyong tanan. My presentation will be an update on the activities of the RDC-10 Interagency Committee for Conflict Resolution of Tenurial Claims, particularly on the generation of the one control map. Next slide, please. Okay. It can be recalled that this interagency committee was created by the RDC to simply look into the conflicting tenurial arrangements that are obtaining in the region. This started when NEDA, Director Opop Carino, brokered a meeting with DNR, hopefully with the NCIP then, in the last March 11. But we cannot resolve issues on the issues that presented in Bukidnon then. So it was presented to the RDC, the concern was presented to the RDC, and RDC in a resolution created this committee. Now, the committee created meetings were conducted and called by the DNR, NEDA, NCIP, and the PA. And we all agreed in these meetings that we would all consolidate the maps of the tenurial instruments that we have issued so that we can determine whether or not this overlap, and so that we can identify whatever other contentious issues that are prevailing in these areas. So this was done in June 4. And we also conducted introductory training on GIS in all of our member agencies in this committee. Also, we already have conducted initial consolidation map shop on July 10. We also conducted orientation on the land classification and land management policies in the Philippines, where NCIP, DAR, and DNR are all the resource persons. We already have completed a geodatabase and final consolidation map shop and briefing on the CRISPs and last August 10. Our next steps would be the uploading of geodatabase in the CRISPs for the one control map. Actually, this was already done. And the submission of official feedbacks and comments on the draft memorandum of understanding of the one control map, and provide comments on the draft terms of reference. This MOU actually is already being distributed to the other member agencies. I understand that DNR already has submitted its comments on this. And then we'll be having meetings of the committee in the first week of September. Also by September, next slide please. Also by the September, the committee will be able to present the one control map and the terms of reference during the second semester meeting of the Regional Land Use Committee. This will also be the time that the members force a memorandum of understanding, particularly on the one control map, which stipulates the data sharing and security protocols. By September 24, during the RDC 10 third quarter meeting, we would like to present the one control map and the TOR for its adoption. To further guide the committee on its decisions in the future, the agencies that issue titles, DNR, DAR, and CIP is expected to submit an inventory of tenurial instruments and land titles issued in the region. Next slide. Let me just show you, Mr. Chairman and the other members, the output of the consolidation of all the tenurial instruments under the one control map scheme of the agencies. You will notice that these are all color coded. The ones colored yellow are the CADTs and CADCs already issued in the region. Now you will notice that this is about 25% of the total land area of the region. Now these CADCs are likewise embracing portions of military reservations and even overlaps portions of DNR projects and our projects perhaps in the but let me show you in the next slide a more or less detailed presentation of this consolidation of the maps. Now the red color is Camp Kibaritan and Bukidnon. Now in Camp Kibaritan itself, the proclaimed area of Camp Kibaritan, artillery instruments issued by DAR, DNR, and CADC. But DNR, DAR, and CAD and CIP issued tenure instruments also overlaps. And so we can already see the potential contentious issues that will arise in the implementation of our programs. Now, the advantage of having this one control map is that we can already start sitting down and iron out whatever should have to be ironed out on the map and even on the ground, and do that to avoid conflicts on the ground. So next slide. So this is the tabular form of the map I just showed you. In here, we can see that there are approximately 12,000 hectares of areas with conflict issuances within the DNR and the DAR. Next table. In this next table, conflict issuances between the DNR and the NCIP total to 92,000 hectares. Again, let me mention that in Region 10, there are a total of 29 types of conflicting issuances. So, if we summarize all of this by province, next slide please. Bukidnon has the most number of polygons and the largest area with conflict issuances, totaling 109,000 hectares, followed by Misamis Oriental at 50,000 hectares. This data is as of August 26. We still have around 728 hectares of data that we need to validate, and these are areas that are outside the boundary of Region 9. So with this, Mr. Chair, we would like to request the committee to accept the one control map for conflict resolution of tenure claims. This is a very important tool for decision making in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, R.D. Adorable. This is another endeavor which may be replicated by other regions. At this point, may I seek a motion for the acceptance of the said CSS study along with the CSS results of this will be released through a research dissemination forum schedule on a later date. There is a move, seconded. The research dissemination study of R.D. Adorable is accepted. As I...
Mr. Chair, just may I make a manifestation, Mr. Chair? Yesterday, in the meeting of the Regional Development Committee of the Mindanao Area Committee, meaning this is the Mindanao RDCs, RD Arley Adorable also presented, Mr. Chair, this one map. And so far, Mr. Chair, across the country, we're the first and only region so far to have prepared this map. And why have we prepared this map, Mr. Chair? It's because we have been plagued by issues of conflicting tenurial instruments, and yet we're not able to identify these areas. So right now, we already have this map. It's very clear to us, as already mentioned by R.D. Arley, that we have 179,000 hectares that are subject to conflicting tenure instruments. And the next move, Mr. Chair, under the leadership of RD Arley, is that we're going to come up with the terms of reference on how do we resolve these problems. The most problematic area, actually, Mr. Chair, are military reservation areas.
Yeah,
And,
I have been informed that out of the 42,000 hectares, there are only what 600? 6,000 ang nabilin according to Major General Centino.
And also, Mr. Chair, Major General Andy Centino, Mr. Chair, also presented one initiative of the RTF-ELCAC during the meeting of RDCs yesterday, Mr. Chair. And it's on the funding window that we are seeking for ELCAC projects, and it has been endorsed favorably. Just for the information, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, R.D. Myla, and congratulations, R.D. Adorable, for the breakthrough study that you have done at the DE.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For this? May I recognize Colonel Barandon? He has a question for RD, for the Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Relative to the presentation of Ma'am Popo a while ago on the projects, ongoing capital projects in the city of Malaybalay, she mentioned actually 3 ongoing projects with peace and order concerns. Sir, I would like just to clarify what specific projects and the affected contractors so that we could immediately address these peace and order concerns, sir.
Okay na, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, if you will allow me, as already mentioned in my report, there are 3 projects implemented in the AOR of 03rd Brigade that have been affected. One is the construction of Missing Link, New Roads, Malaybalay City, Hingog Road, Kalabugao, Kalhaan section. Package 16 is in Malaybalay. Another is Cluster 2 construction, Missing Links, New Roads. Completion of the east-west lateral road connecting Agusan del Sur, Agusan del Norte to Bukidnon via the Damay, Kalabugao, Adtulawon Road. And another is the Missing Links New Road, Malaybalay, Hingoog Road Package, and Malaybalay, Hingoog Road Package 11 and 10. As to the AOR of 2nd Mech Brigade, this is the construction of Missing Links New Roads, Salvador Sapad Nunungan Section Package 4, Lanao del Norte, Mr. Chair. We will provide the list to these 2 brigades, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, R.D. Myla. As I mentioned earlier, we shall be apprised on security situationer to include updates from the Peace Law Enforcement and Development Support PLEDS Task Group by Colonel Ferdinand Barandon of the 403rd Infantry Brigade. Please go ahead, Colonel. You are now recognized, Colonel.
They will present. Colonel Barandon, kindly unmute yourself, sir. We cannot hear you.
Colonel, hindi namin kayo marinig. Baka pwede pong i-unmute ang inyong mikropono.
Sir?
There. We can hear you now. Please go ahead, Colonel.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So to start with,
Balik ko sa presentation. Yes, sir. Yan, ma'am. Yan, ma'am. Right click, tapos. Yan. Wala, ma'am. Hindi makita dara. Hindi makita. Sige lang. Ulitin ko, ma'am. Sige, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Present ka ba?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ba't ayaw?
Naka-slide na, ma'am.
Hindi naman slideshow. Hindi ko i-play mo.
Yan, sir. Yan, ma'am.
Can I start now?
Slide to resume.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Kasi sabi ng secretary, hindi pa daw nakita. Sorry, ma'am. I'll start now. Once again, good afternoon. I am Colonel Ferdinand Barandon, the Brigade Commander of 403rd Brigade, and I'll be presenting the update on the task group on peace, law enforcement, and development support for RTF-ELCAC Region 10. The scope of my presentation is as shown.
Meron na. Hindi nag-slideshow. Hindi naka-slideshow. Resume slideshow. Yan, ma'am.
Bakit hindi mag-ipat? Hindi mag-slideshow, sir.
Mag-slide siya.
Baka may naka-open pa na...
Ayun mo sa
slideshow, sir. Close mo na yan.
Tigit lang, ma'am. Yun. Dapat naka-slide na, sir.
Dito na lang si sir.
Ma'am. Dili talaga yun, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Dili siya ma-slide. Dili siya ma-slide. Pero makita mo na script, sir. Makita mo na script. Share lang, mama.
Makita pa rin man, sir. Makita lang man, sir.
Tanay mo yung ano. Ang nakita na yung script. Yan, ma'am. Yan, ganyan na. Yan. Okay na, ma'am. Okay na, sir. Hindi maano. Yung ano mo kasi, paano yung sa atin? Hindi makita, sir.
Okay, again, good afternoon. This is Colonel Ferdinand Barandon, the Brigade Commander of 403rd Infantry Brigade. And this morning I'll be presenting an update on the task group on peace, law enforcement, and development support. The sequence of my presentation is as shown. For the backgrounder, Region 10 is composed of 5 provinces and 2 highly urbanized cities, 7 component cities, 84 municipalities, 2,022 barangays with an estimated population of 4.7 million and land area of more than 3,000 square kilometers. The threat that we are confronting is as shown in this slide. These are composed of the North Central Mindanao Regional Committee, the Southern Mindanao Regional Committee, and the Western Mindanao Regional Party Committee. They have an estimated total of 858 manpower with 826 firearms. The mission of PLEDS Region 10 is to conduct interagency operations to defeat the North Central Mindanao Regional Committee fractions of Southern Mindanao Regional Committee and Western Mindanao Regional Party Committee, and their support structures in the white areas, urban areas, in order to contribute to the attainment of the RTF-ELCAC 10 objectives. With that mission, the following are the objectives. And we intend to accomplish the following end state. On our update, Pledge Cluster 10 conducted its second quarterly meeting last 10 July 2020 at Headquarters Regional Mobile Force Battalion, Camp Capistrano, Cagayan de Oro City. And the following are the agreements reached on the said meeting. First, on holding cleared areas, the Philippine National Police to support by providing COMACs and BPATs. For the conduct of focused military operations, the Philippine National Police to provide augmentation force to the Philippine Army through its regional mobile force battalions and the provincial mobile force companies. And they will also support in the efforts in legal cooperations in neutralizing high-value individuals, as well as addressing the enemy resource generation. To discuss further on holding cleared areas, the Philippine National Police will provide community action teams and barangay peace action teams. And just today, there was a joint meeting at the headquarters of Bukidnon Provincial Police Office, and the following agenda were discussed. First is on the schedule of the COMAC orientation seminar, as well as the organization and training of PPATs to be deployed in cleared areas. On focused military operations, the Philippine National Police continuously provide additional manpower, and as shown are those that they provided in recent focused military operations that were conducted by the 403rd Brigade. On support to legal efforts, the Philippine National Police provide legal support to the Army in neutralizing high-value individuals and filing of appropriate charges. Next slide. And in addressing CTG resource generation, the Philippine National Police will implement joint radio program with the AFP in targeting the resource generation of the CTGs as part of a joint themes and messages. And also information and education campaign on EU70 and Anti-Terrorism Act, CTG's youth recruitment and extortion scheme to business sector, SUCs and schools with NICA 10 and the Philippine National Police. As far as the organization of peace law enforcement and development support in Region 10, the following are the activated pledges for a total of 757. Let me now proceed to the CSP deployment in the area of Region 10. First, in the 403rd Brigade AOR, we have 22 target barangays, 18 are ongoing CSPs, and 4 of which were already evaluated. Next. Let me just point out that while the CSP operations are ongoing, the DILG, in close collaboration with the local government units, have also deployed the RCSP, or the Return Community Support Programs, particularly in the province of Bukidnon. We all know that the RCSP is the continuation of the CSP, and as shown are the deployed RCSPs in the central and western portion of Bukidnon, which consists of 4 municipalities, 2 cities, and 31 barangays. Next. And for the eastern part of Bukidnon, eastern and southern portion, composed of 4 municipalities, 2 cities, and 44 barangays. In support of that, we have also deployed the MCSST. The MCSSTs are actually the pledge cluster of the RCSP, and we have deployed 10 mobile community support and sustainment teams to support the RCSPs. And this also shows the MCSSTs deployed in the eastern portion of the province. Next. For the CSP deployment and 402nd Brigade AOR, they have deployed in 5 barangays of Malitbog with a total number of 5 CSP teams. Next. While in the southern municipalities of Bukidnon, the 1002nd Brigade has 5 barangays which have ongoing CSP immersions. And in Lanao del Norte area, the 2nd Mechanized Brigade has 3 CSP in red area and 1 CSP in white area. Moving on to the support to ECLIP and Amnesty Program cluster, as shown are the total number of the former rebels that have actually availed of the ECLIP program, which the pledge cluster is closely supporting. And this, the processing is at various levels of processing for ECLIP benefits. In addressing CTG resource generation, well, going back, these are the salient or the significant activities of ECLIP and Amnesty Cluster program, where the pledge cluster are closely supporting, as shown. Next slide. And in support to legal cooperation cluster, it assisted the legal cooperation cluster in the filing of 3 ISM cases just recently filed yesterday in close collaboration with the regional state prosecutor and the provincial prosecutor of Bukidnon. And we shown also are the other cases that were filed, standing warrants of arrests, and ongoing trials. In support to addressing the enemy resource generation, the units of the 403rd Brigade are actually have ongoing CSP in white areas, thereby addressing the finance activities, finance-related activities of the CPG in Bukidnon. And also continuous dialogues with indigenous people in close coordination with like agencies regarding issues and concerns of the IP community, and one of which was conducted in Upper Pulang, Malaybalay City, Bukidnon on 27 August 2020. Moving on to the significant accomplishment in the campaign in addressing the threat groups. First, in addressing Guerrilla Front Malaya with SRC2, as shown. Next. These are the significant incidents in addressing Guerrilla Front Malaya. The encounter on 22 June in Barangay Kanangaan, Cabanglasan, Bukidnon. Next. And another encounter also, which effectively addressed the armed groups. Next. In addressing Guerrilla Front 89 of SRC2, as shown are the accomplishments. Next slide. And in addressing Guerrilla Front A and B, SRC4, and Guerrilla Front 12, SRC5, shown are the specific accomplishments. Next. In addressing Guerrilla Front 4B, as shown are the specific accomplishments. Next slide. Significant accomplishment in addressing Guerrilla Front 4B, encounter on 14 August 2020 in Hingog City. Next. In addressing the some components of the Southern Mindanao Regional Committee, specifically LGU2, Guerrilla Front 53, operating in Southern Bukidnon, As shown are the surrenderies. Next. And also in addressing Western Mindanao Regional Party Committee, as shown are the specific accomplishments. Next. We're way ahead. First is the conduct of seminar training of the Philippine National Police Community Action Team for CSP. These COMACs will be deployed in cleared areas to sustain the effective addressing of CTG recovery efforts. Next. And also support and sustain the deployment of immersion of RCSP in previously cleared barangays through the deployment of mobile community support and sustainment teams. Next. And to develop a periodic status report for resource generation of the CTG. This is in support to the 13th lines of effort of RTF-ELCAC Region 10. With that, that ends my presentation. Good evening to everyone.
Thank you, Colonel Barandon. Finally, I once again call Major General Centino to render updates on the 12 lines of effort, task groups, implementation plans as of June 2020 to present.
To Secretary Andanar, sa atong mga kaubanan sa RTF, sa makausapa, maayong palis ka na itong tanan. In behalf of the RTF-ELCAC 10 Technical Working Group, I will be presenting the accomplishments of the task groups in line with the 11 LOEs. I will be excluding the accomplishment of the pledge clusters at naibigay na ito ni Colonel Barandon earlier. So, next slide. Shown in the slide are the 12 lines of effort. And these accomplishments will cover the period of the months of June, July, and August of this year. And to begin with, the Situational Awareness and Knowledge Management Task Group, which is tasked to ensure the timely and accurate dissemination of peace and security situation in the region, conducted 273 activities, including information, education campaigns, security awareness, meetings with stakeholders, and social media intelligence to about 61,487 individuals. On local government empowerment cluster, overall, a total of 2,059 local task forces were created, specifically in 7 provinces and highly urbanized cities, 7 independent component cities, 81 municipalities, and 1,964 barangays, thereby cascading and strengthening the collaboration among stakeholders in peace building and development at all levels. Also, to ensure the support from local government units, the DILG Misamis Oriental presented EO70 and the RCSP during the conduct of joint PPOC, PADAC, and PDRRMC regular meetings. The said activity was held last August 7. In Cagayan de Oro City, representatives from government agencies participated in a 2-day planning session on August 11 to 12. This was to strengthen peace and order and public safety programs, projects, and activities. Also, the activities sought to revisit and update Cagayan de Oro City's Peace and Order and Public Safety Plan, or the PAPS, and map out 3-year strategies and deliverables to address arising issues on emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases, peace and development, and criminality, among others. along strengthening the government's role in establishing peace and development in the community and to sustain the state of being insurgency-free, Camiguin Province launched RCSP in several barangays. Aside from orienting the community on the RCSP, a focus group discussion was also facilitated by DILG Camiguin. Representatives from the target barangays and the basic sectors participated in discussing issues and concerns in areas of infrastructure, social services, economic, environment, and governance. Representatives from the provincial government and national agencies pledged their commitments. On the performance of the basic services cluster, it continued to harmonize and integrate the programs of various agencies to ensure a more responsive and sustained delivery of interventions in focus barangays. In the succeeding two slides are the programs and projects activities conducted by the basic services cluster with the corresponding cost and amount. Next slide. Next. On August 17, the SILG discussed the CUCPD, or the Capacitating Urban Communities for Peace and Development Program, and its implementation process to select DILG regional and field officers and DILG Cagayan de Oro City being the target local government unit. The CUCPD takes off from the RCSP, which is tailored from urban communities and shall be implemented in Cagayan de Oro City. It is a platform for convergence and collaboration among all stakeholders in the local level. It aims to end social violence by empowering local chief executives and heads of departments to upscale governance and collectively champion the cause of sustaining peace and development. This is through bridging leadership and enabling LGUs to harness all available opportunities to minimize, if not eradicate, the profound feeling of marginalization of vulnerable sectors of society and bring them along to benefit from and contribute to good local governance. The following slides also present the various conduct of programs and projects initiated by the Sectoral Unification Capacity Building and Empowerment Cluster. As shown in the slide, there were 100 housing units constructed in Balingasag, Misamis Oriental, and 90 housing units in Quezon, Bukidnon. Also, the SUC-BEM cluster turned over some agricultural interventions in various areas in the region. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Moreover, the SUC-BEM provided science and technology scholarship programs to gifted students who belong to economically disadvantaged families who would like to pursue courses on science and technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics. A total of 318 students qualified for this scholarship, 21 of which are students from the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. Interestingly, the SUC-BEM conducted various activities along youth empowerment and development. Along the effort specifically of the PNP Regional Office 10 on the Rolling Stalls program, a total of 1,802 relief packages were distributed to the poorest of the poor and depressed communities. Along the ECLIP and Amnesty program, for this year, the DILG-administered package of assistance benefited a total of 269 former rebels and members of the Militia ng Bayan, with a total released amount of 11.5 million pesos. Details are shown in the succeeding slides. Details on the ECLIP fund requested from DILG and BOO for Bukidnon with a total amount of 2.1 million pesos. The next slide, details on the ICLI fund requested from the ALG for Misamis Oriental with a total amount of 2.273 million pesos. The following are the status on the construction of the halfway houses for Region 10. These are the halfway house constructions for Misamis Oriental and Cagayan de Oro City with 51% and 79% completion. All still on the ECLIP and amnesty program. Out of the 250 housing units program for construction, 87 units have been completed and 163 housing units are under construction in Dansolihon, Cagayan de Oro City. Next slide. In Bukidnon, out of the 250 housing units, 150 units have already been completed and 100 units are still under construction. These housing units are in Malaybalay City, Bukidnon. Further, still along the ECLIP and amnesty program, capacity building activities for former rebels and promotion of the organization of cooperatives to former rebels were conducted. And next slide. Various activities along the turnover of agricultural interventions for the former rebels were also done. Next, shown in the slide are the 2 sessions on psychosocial activities as conducted. Next, a regional campaign on strengthening reintegration efforts for former rebels and their immediate family members through convergence and unified process was conducted. On the strategic communications cluster, this task group is directed to counter the narrative of the CTGs while at the same time herald efforts to attain regional development, has completed its Stratcom plan, the objective of which is to harmonize the advocacy and communication efforts of the various stakeholders in the region. It has also released 468 press releases, conducted 163 radio programs, over 322,000 views on Cords 10 podcast, and has reached 166,000 Facebook users by ang Rehiyon Karon and over 1.5 billion Facebook users by regional agencies' Facebook page. Equally significant, the Poverty Reduction, Livelihood, and Employment, or PRLEC cluster provided training interventions to 1,823 former rebels and 8,438 IPs, including their dependents, to make them more productive members of society. On the efforts of the Infrastructure Resource Management and Employment Task Group, a total of 487 LCAC priority projects amounting to 9.11 billion pesos were approved. The DPWH remains the agency with the highest number of projects and amount approved. Along its, next slide, along its implementation of CAFDEB PPAs, Region 10 recorded a total of 290 projects. Shown in the slide are the status of these projects, which are as follows: 21.67% completed, 17.11% ongoing, and 1.31% still to be started. The following slides show the accomplishment of the different agencies belonging to the Infrastructure Resource Management and Employment Task Group. This one here is the accomplishment of LTFRB. Next. The accomplishment of NIA on irrigation projects being implemented, and the accomplishment of the Department of Agriculture. And next on the accomplishment of Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Along with the Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Development and Sustainability Program. We are also happy to note that the accomplishments of the Department of Education mostly were completed. Next slide. On the Legal Cooperation Task Group, case building and filing of criminal charges has been commenced, and these are already filed in court. To make the CTGs legally accountable for their crimes against the people and remove their pretensions as being social crusaders in good faith and politically correct revolutionary agents of social change. Further, 6 cases were filed against the CTGs for violations of the IHL or Republic Act 9851, also known as the Philippine Act on Crimes Against International Humanitarian Law, genocide and other crimes against humanity. With barely 2 years before the President's term ends, time is indeed not on the side of the government. This, however, should not discourage us with how we are progressing in unprecedented strides by working closely together. 663 days could hopefully be more than enough to finally end the local communist armed conflict in our region. That ends my report. Daghang salamat ug mayong hapon sa tanan.
Okay. Thank you so much, Major General Centino, for your very comprehensive report. I am glad to note that you are always on top of the situation, being the new chair of the RTF-ELCAC TWG. Your support and leadership will surely inspire the LOEs, TGs to work harder for our ELCAC agenda. Unsay sunod, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, before the Chair's guidance, there is a request from the Department of Agriculture. And this afternoon, we are joined by RD Carlin Collado and ARD Lot. And they would like to turn over some seeds, Mr. Chair, to the PCOO.
Ang camera man guys. Okay, good afternoon from the Department of Agriculture, Regional Field Office 10. Awards the Certificate of Turnover to Misamis Oriental General Comprehensive High School through, yes ma'am, through Secretary Jose Roberto Martin M. Andanar, Presidential Communications Operations Office, and Cabinet Officer for Regional Development and Security for Northern Mindanao. The following agricultural interventions under the HVCDP fund source of the Department of Agriculture will be giving vegetable seeds, Pinakbit 5-in-1, 450 packets amounting to 58,500 pesos. In support to the Brigada Escuela of the institution, given this 3rd day of September 2020 at Pearlmont Hotel, Cagayan de Oro City. Signed, Carlin C. Collado, Regional Executive Director, Department of Agriculture.
Mr. Chair, we would like to invite R.D. Collado to say a few words about the program of the DA before your guidance, Mr. Chair. Nara, sir.
Good afternoon, Secretary Andanar, our calls for Region 10, and also to my fellow government servants in all the national government agencies and its regional offices, and also to the different local chief executives, and to all of us, good afternoon. So today we have turned over 450 packs of vegetable seeds, and one pack contains vegetables to be used for pinakbet. No? These are the okra, squash, ampalaya, sitaw, and one more. But anyway, this pack can plant 1/2 hectare. 1,000 square meters. And by providing 450, more or less, Secretary, we can plant 100 plus hectares. So this will be turned over also by Secretary Martin to the MOGS High School. They have a population of around 9,000 students. So they will be using this in their Brigada Escuela project. And we hope that with these vegetable seeds, these students can learn or will learn how to plant vegetables. No? Kasi sabi nila, yung agriculture daw, pang matanda na ano. No? And the average age of farmers now is 57 or 58. And we'd like to encourage our youth to plant. No? And especially this pandemic, we should learn how to plant our own food. The Department of Agriculture is expressing its gratitude for the invitation to us to attend this ELCAC meeting, and we have also a lot of efforts in assisting our Philippine Army with regards to the implementation of their civil military operations. We have provided them, each battalion, a four-wheel drive tractor and also some machineries, as well as rice, corn seeds, and vegetable seeds to be used in their operations in the camp, and also in their coordination with the conflict areas or the conflict barangays. So next week we will be providing Sec Martin the summary of our interventions with regards to the ELCAC implementation. So again, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone.
Salamat, RD. Daghang matabangan na matudluan po plant ato mga estudyante diri sa MOGS. Imagine 400 plus packs can cover more than 200 hectares of land. So importante ang atong food security. Ako number 1 fan ko sa project ni Sec Willie Dar, kaniyang plant. Halos every week ako masang ka-interviewon para ma-promote ng plant. Pati ako nagtanom na pod ko. Oh, very good. nakakuha ko mga seedlings nga pechay, ikan sa Department of Agriculture, mga starter kits. Doon na po'y kangkong. But anyhow, these are the projects that we must always promote. We must inform our republic, our people, that the government of President Duterte walks the talk. Meaning, kita tanan din atong mga regional offices, pila tong Armed Forces of the Philippines, PNP. We do our share, and it was shown through the report of RD Mahila and Major General Centino. Congratulations, sir. So good pa lang ni, patikim pa lang ni. Pero kamalumi na you will really follow through and you'll do everything to end the local communist armed conflict. And speaking of informing the public, we have been live on Radio Television Malacanang and on the Presidential Communications Operations Office throughout the duration of this meeting. So for those who are watching online, mayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Please share the broadcast so that people will know what your government is doing, especially here in Region 10. And I was also proposing to Director Myla and to the General Centino that we get a copy of all the strides every regional office so that the team from the Presidential Communications Operations Office, RTV, MPTV, we can document all of the projects, no, para makitaan gyud sa katawhan. It's very important. Communication is very important these days. I would like to express my profound gratitude to all the local chief executives who joined us today. Salamat kay Mayor Oka Moreno, nakuanggid siya, no? Very supportive. O akong idol si Mayor Lignes. Mayor Lignes, nawa? El Salvador? El Salvador. Salamat pod, Mayor Lignes, sa imong suporta. And of course, to all of the regional directors and agency heads for your untiring efforts for ELCAC and to address the COVID-19 pandemic. I have, by the way, appointed a special assistant to the secretary, pag-abot diri sa cords. So in every province, I will appoint a special assistant to the secretary para ato gyung para masiguro na makover gid ba tanan mga projects. So I would like to recognize my special assistant for Bukidnon. He's no stranger to you. Is George Baula from Impasugong. Please stand up and be recognized. Today is the 3rd of September. Hence, we only have 663 days to go before the President's marching order to end local communist armed conflict by the end of his term. A big challenge on our part, more so with the threat of the pandemic. Much has to be done, but what we need is our perseverance and relentless support to one another if we really would want to have a progressive and peaceful country. We owe it to our children and children's children. And I deeply appreciate the presence of Archbishop Ledesma for sharing his thoughts his paradigm of solidarity and peace. This only goes to show, Archbishop, that the program of President Duterte is all-encompassing, inclusive, thereby whole of nation and whole of community approach. Now, much has to be done, but what we need is our perseverance again and relentless support to one another if we really would want to have a progressive and peaceful country. We owe it to our children and children's children. So I call upon each one of us to play our part and perform our functions and mandates with the end goal to achieve sustainable peace and inclusive and sustainable development. More importantly, let us continue to monitor the implementation of ELCAC and CapDev programs. I'm so proud of the CapDev programs and other projects in this region. I am glad that we have ipalamdag system which facilitates our monitoring mechanisms. Dagan gyud ko natun-an kay Direk Maila. I will tiptoe out of government in less than 2 years, a brighter person because of all of you. Let us tell the world that we remain to have a very strong government with the will to push for development even amid this pandemic, that we need to reach the conflict-affected, poverty-stricken, and geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas where development is needed the most. I will count on your continued and continuing steadfast support. Finally, let me call on ARD Leonila Cajarte of NEDA 10 for the presentation of the action minutes of today's meeting.
Mr. Chair, the agreements would be presented by Richard Kua of NEDA, Mr. Chair.
Mayong hapon sa atong tanan. So these are the agreements reached and instructions made during the meeting. So for the first part would be the resolutions passed during the meeting. So let me proceed to the action resolutions, starting with resolution number 9, approving the creation of the line of effort Special Task Group on Countering Communist Terrorist Group, CTG's resource generation and its terms of reference. Resolution number 10, approving the terms of reference on the operationalization of the RTF-ELCAC Operations Center and the internal security operations in Region 10. Resolution number 11, approving the inclusion of the 402nd Brigade or Infantry Brigade as member of the RTF-ELCAC 10 TWG and the RTF-ELCAC 10. Resolution number 12, endorsing the recommendations on the NTF-ELCAC Memorandum Circular number 2020 MC-004, supplemental guidelines on the operationalization of RTF clusters, subclusters, and cluster quick reaction teams to the NTF-ELCAC. Resolution number 13, accepting the results of the client satisfaction survey for the 1st Infantry Division and the 4th Infantry Division. And finally, resolution number 14, accepting the one map for conflict resolution of tenurial claims. So let me proceed to the agreements reached and the instructions made. So we had 53 members, 27 guests, and 14 secretariat staff participating in the meeting. Hence, a quorum was declared. After the opening message of our chair and the inspirational message of Most Reverend Father Ledesma, the agenda of the meeting was duly approved by the body. The minutes of the meeting was also approved by the body, and the members are requested to submit to the Secretariat any comment, input, correction to the minutes within 5 working days after the meeting. Also, the updates on the agreements during the previous meeting last May 28, 2020 was presented. The terms of reference for the proposed line of effort task group on countering communist terrorist group resource generation was also approved by the body, as well as the terms of reference on the operationalization of the RTF-ELCAC Operations Center and the internal security operations in Region 10. Also, the inclusion of the 402nd Infantry Brigade as member of the RTF-ELCAC TWG and RTF-ELCAC 10 was approved by this August body. Next is the recommendations, or are the recommendations on the NTF-ELCAC Memorandum Circular Number 2020 MC-004. This was adopted by the body and endorsed to the NTF-ELCAC. On the agenda items, on the initial results of the 2 studies, first is on the client satisfaction survey for the 1st Infantry Division and the 4th Infantry Division. The results of that study was accepted by the body. As ways forward, so these are the imperatives or the next steps for the 2 research studies. On defining ELCAC, defining the ELCAC state, there's a need to fast-track the completion of the study in the provinces of Lanao del Norte and Misamis Oriental, process the preliminary results for the provinces of Bukidnon and Misamis Occidental, coordinate with, so the concerned SUCs shall coordinate with the assigned Philippine Army Battalion or Brigade in the provision of security to the research team during the conduct of the survey and interviews, and coordinate with the concerned LGUs and appropriate government agencies to address the problems identified in the communities per preliminary result. For the CSS for 4ID and First ID, for NBCC as well as the RTF-ELCAC Secretariat to identify best practices and areas for improvement as basis for interventions. In particular, propose ways to enhance and intensify the delivery of government services and interventions in conflict-affected and conflict-vulnerable areas. And for the RTF-ELCAC 10 Secretariat to convene the RTF-ELCAC 10 TWG to discuss the areas of concern and recommend policy and program interventions to address the areas for improvement identified in the study. Another agreement is the conduct of a research dissemination forum to include national stakeholders, strengthen collaboration with the LGUs and government agencies in the provision of needed services in the communities, intensify advocacy activities on government services, particularly in the areas not reached by any medium, to increase the understanding and awareness of the people, and intensify security measures in the conflict-affected areas. So there are also presentations on the updates on the implementation of the PPAs in CapDev areas, updates on defining ELCAC state study, and for the updates on the one map for conflict resolution, the results of such undertaking was accepted by the body. And there's also instruction to prepare the terms of reference for the one map for conflict resolution. This will have to be prepared by IAC, CRTC, and its secretariat. So in fact, the one map was also presented during the Regional Development Committee Mindanao Affairs Committee, or RDCOM-MAC, during its meeting on September 2, 2020, for possible replication by other Mindanao regions. Also presented are the security situationer and updates from the PLEDs, as well as updates on the 12 lines of effort task groups implementation plans as of June 2020 to present. And finally, for the guidance from the chair, the RTF-ELCAC 10 Secretariat is instructed to provide a copy of the guidance from and instructions of the chair to the RTF-ELCAC 10 members for appropriate action of the members. And for the other matters, we witnessed earlier the turnover of 450 packs of vegetable seeds to PCOO from the DA for subsequent turnover to MOGS as part of its Brigada Escuela. So that's all there is to it, Mr. Chair. This is for adoption.
Thank you, Richard.
Mr. Chair, I would like to request the Secretariat to include the final instruction of the Chair that the Secretariat provide his assistant to the courts on the list of projects that can be featured in the different platforms of the PCOO. That was an instruction, including perhaps information regarding the CAPDEV and Ipalamdag and the major programs and projects of our regional line agency partners. And perhaps, Mr. Chair, we can include our LGU partners.
Thank you. So the Secretariat is directed to include those directives. May I now hear a motion to adopt the action minutes of today's meeting? As it's been moved and seconded, the action minutes is hereby adopted. I know that you are all a little bit tired, so are you going to move for adjournment?
Although this sounds self-serving, Mr. Chair, but let me move for the adjournment of the meeting, Mr. Chair.
So there's been a move and seconded by Frank. The meeting is adjourned until the fourth quarter of this year, our last meeting for this year, December, to be determined the exact date. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
We are just adjourning the RTF-ELCAC 10 meeting, but for the members of the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program, please stay. We still have another meeting with our courts as our presiding officer. So we're just actually taking a recess of 30 minutes, and then we shall have our Balik Probinsya meeting. Thank you very much. Salamat sa tanan.
Okay, in addition, we would like to request those who joined this morning's meeting